Hi guys, and welcome to Higurashi When They Cry. We're gonna continue on from where we left off last time. Um, I actually don't remember, so we're just gonna continue. And I left off here. That's right. Give me a second. All right. After arriving home, I quickly made preparations to head out once again. Oh, I had agreed to meet with Rena to dig the Colonel Randy out of that mountain of treasure from before. All right, now I was all ready. Looking at me, my mom stared quizzically. If they come to a dump, oh yeah. If they come to dump again illegally, he'll be buried completely and it'll be impossible to dig him out. And if that happens, Rena will undoubtedly go to the colonel in front of the fried chicken place in town. Mom returned to the kitchen with a puzzled expression still on her face. Cutting through the woods as a shortcut to the dam site, I ran into someone. It was Tomitake-san. Probably taking pictures of wild birds again with that precious camera of his. Couldn't be that he took pictures of oh, all he took what the hell's going on with my monitor? It's like flashing. Huh. If it does it more than I'm having problems with my setup here. It couldn't be that he took that all he took pic ah. It couldn't be that all he took pictures was of handsome men in the twilight. This is weird how they worded that. Give me 1 second, guys. Hope that helps it. I just yanked out my. I reset the cable to see if it was the cable. Are you gonna flash? Looks like that did it. Sometimes, if you guys ever buy an AMD graphics card, you'll run into issues like this. Sometimes the monitor is like will flicker sometimes. Weird. But I don't know if it's just I have a defective card or what. But it works fine other than that. And it only happens like once a blue moon. Hey, long time no see. I expelled the rude imagery from my head and greeted him without inciting anything. He was probably talking about Rena. Guessing by the way Tomitake-san was shaken up. That was Rena, without a doubt. I was expecting that she was grinning in anticipation of taking Kono Randy home, but I don't. Uh, I hid. Well, it certainly would be quite the spectacle for a girl of her age to be rolling around with a hatchet. Tomitake-san's reaction was epiphany of logical. Tomitake-san was alarmed by my crass response. Well, it's probably hard for normal people to understand Reina. I'll just toss. I'll just toss out a bunch of baloney. And my throat's bothering me. With a condescending smirk, I start off in the direction of the dam site where Kurena was waiting. Before I got too far, Tomitake-san abruptly called out to me. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that seriously. I did try to make it obvious, but leaving my own, leaving only those words behind, Tomitake-san turned around and left. I didn't really mean to call him an outsider. I wasn't really implying anything when I said that. It was only meant to be a joke, but it felt like I'd said something bad. I understood what Tomitake-san was trying to say. Someone gallivanting around while waving a hatchet around certainly would seem dangerous. Thinking about it, there was really no need to try and keep up appearances. Everyone in Hinamazawa probably already knew about Reina's eccentricities. She's probably the only one person who can carry a hatchet around Himazawa and not be considered suspicious. I took the hatchet from Reina and made my way up the unstable slope. A solid thwack ran through Hinazawa as if the job was being done by a lumberjack. But this adversary was far more formidable than I expected. First of all, I've never used a hatchet before. During a school camping trip, I had wanted to split the wood, but I lost at rock, paper, scissors and wasn't able to do it. Because the spot where I was standing was so unstable, I soon became tired and decided to take a break. Lorena had already spread out a tarp and laid down some tea and sweets. I asked her nonchalantly while drinking tea. I had thought she'd live here her whole life. When he when he started, his works were displayed in an industry plaza in Tokyo, but now they're exhibited in the Makuhara Messe, which I assume is a big art gallery somewhere. He's determined to have them displayed in the Waterfront International Exhibit Hall. Exhibition Hall. I don't know why I said that wrong. I was too embarrassed to tell her that I didn't really know what kind of pictures my father painted. Well, eventually I would. I picked myself up while giving some vague answers. I was trying to get answers for Reina, but I ended up being the one to give out all the answers. With a bit of a worried smile on my face, I grabbed the handle of the hatchet and headed back to the worksite. The air grew colder as the sun slowly set. The Higurashi began their song as if to tell me to stop and head home for the day. Just a bit more. Today, I would end it. When I first started, I chatted with Rena as soon as I worked, but now I didn't have that luxury. I had swung the hatchet countless times today, just like this. Contact. Shards of wood splintered. The assailant butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pitchforks. I recall that passage from the tabloid. One hit with something like this would smash someone's head in. Ha- Axes and pickaxes are not meant to be swung at people, ever. With one last swing, the beam cracked apart. The weight I put behind the hatchet was not only split through the beam, but smashed the statue's shoulder as well. The arm came off with a sickening sound. It clattered down noisily, stopping at my feet. Ooh. I probably had a real guilty look on my face. Reina said that without a hint of dismay as she smiled. We just need to tape it back and put a coat over him. Oh, man. They still haven't found one of the arms. I laughed dryly how pathetic I was for considering the arm flopping down and rolling at my feet to be such a bad omen. Both Reina and Mion knew how sickening that incident was, so they pretended that they didn't know. I had to look it up all by myself, and shamefully enough, I was scared. The right time to give 3 cheers. That moment of 2 days of work bearing fruit. He who was brought back to Himazawa covered in filth to meet his end. Instead, we were able to welcome him back. You're pretty lucky, Randy. Your new master is a pretty decent person. It didn't matter that he was dirty. Raina nuzzled him cheerfully with her cheek. I was dead tired, but seeing Raina's happy face made it all worth it. For now, I just hold back my evil cackle. We were ready to take it back to her house, but we couldn't go like this. We rolled the statue up in the tarp and lifted him. And so Jack and Jill went down the hill carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed hatchet. I prayed that we wouldn't run into Tomitake-san. If he saw us here and took the picture, we need to get rid of him. Is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? Something struck me as odd about the words he used. Unable to grasp my sense of humor and left. Kind of name is Reina. Got a new tip. Reina, Reina, Reina. Upon hearing it repeatedly, a thought came to my mind. It's rude to say this about someone's name, but it was a weird one. It was like some foreigner's name. She even signs her name as Reina. It's like it's her real name in school. Satoko and Rika-chan looked at each other. Oh, so they just don't put an I in it. So it's a Reina, not Reina. Rena-san. I understood that what Mion was saying. It didn't matter what her real name was, only what names we used between us. Reina Ryuga is Reina. She's nobody other than that. If it's good. What? Reina then came back into the classroom. One of the juniors near the door told Reina people were looking for her. What's wrong with my chair? It's leaning. Hope I didn't break it or something. Seeing that, both Mion and I sneered. Since it came to this, we have no choice but us to have a grand battle with 5 people. Rana's furious punches exploded as soon as she had shown her seal. The evil that was Mion and myself was vanquished in the end. The toll of the bell signaled that break time was over. I took Raina's hand and stood up. It was just a teacher that entered the classroom. Just one more hour. Oh man. Gotta buckle down for one more. Unlike my house, the Urigu residence was newly constructed. It had been renovated from a pre-existing building. While the house itself was fine, the problem was the yard. There, it was crammed with rows upon rows of oddities. They were all as the same as well. They were all the same as Colonel Randy, stuff you'd see while walking around town. The cake shop mascot, Little Licky, the total mon in front of the pharmacy. She even had the amazing flying elephant from the top of the department store. She even took the mailbox. She must have just thought about it because her face filled with delight. So she takes anything that she likes back to her nest. No ill will intended. The U.S. should probably come up with some countermeasures ASAP. If not, the Statue of Liberty really will take a trip to the Amazon in not so distant future. Rika-chan had returned. I got a dry throat. Ugh. Oh, come next. Come. Come to think of it, she did say there would be a festival at the shrine during the next break. people living in Hinazawa dump their futons and padded cloaks in a stream? It sounds like it'd be a lot of trouble if it backed up the current. Maybe you should just drop some fish in and have a fish wrangling competition. Skewer them and sprinkle a little salt. Oh man, I can smell it already. What sort of face could I have expressed that I'd imagined just now? Reyna demonstrated for me. I I see, no argument there. I don't really feel like going to festivals unless someone asked me to. I wouldn't get bored if these guys were going. Mion's proclamation came in as she looked at each member in turn. What was all this about? From the way Mion looked, it was probably. I tried to object sharply, but since Reina looked happy about it, I decided it was pointless to fight it. Rika-chan made a small correction in light of my presence. I see, so we'll be exhibiting those busy festival grounds. Renner was right, of course. Renner was right, of course, that it would be a reason for the mayor to get angry. That was the only point I didn't doubt. It would be, without question, fun. The day of the festival was drawing near. Our voices rang out in unison. Nay. Well, just to see if it was fair, to be safe, everyone checked the cards. Are you all satisfied, huh? What the hell's president? Another standard card game. First one to get rid of all their cards wins. Like Go Fish or something? The basic rules play a better card than the one before. You can play straights, pairs. There are various techniques that will improve the game, like reversals. But because it was a well-known game, there are a lot of house rules for it as well. The name, for example. In my hometown, we called it Millionaire. While I was confirming the familiar rules, Satoko continued to look at me cautiously. I probably should have tried to look more like an amateur. I was pretty used to this game. It's president, and it's with a new deck. Today, I might be able to win. I had the gist of the rules now, but that wasn't everything, was it? Oh no, a penalty. Oh, that seemed like it could be interesting. Oh. Mion handed out several slips of paper to everyone. Now then, what would be a good penalty? Worst case scenario, you draw what you wrote. Something too intense would be like digging your own grave. Rika-chan's casual suggestion caused Mion's hand to lurch to a sudden halt. I see. Just in case you lost, just grab the note with the folded corner and you'd be safe. That was a good idea. Diabolical as ever, Mion. Rika-chan is quite formidable too, seeing through that. I couldn't underestimate her though. She doesn't stand out. Nobody agreed to Rena's proposal. Everyone was ruthless. Rena was quite brutal even though she appeared meek. Better not underestimate her either. I still didn't know what Rika-chan's penalties would be like. We all nodded determiningly. Having confirmed that, Mion dealt out the cards. Finally, the battle began. I had a decent starting hand. Card after card was played in the middle. Not needing Mion to tell them, both Rika-chan and Satoko played their cards without hesitation. Rihanna and I were the only ones who paused to think. It seemed like Rena generally couldn't make up her mind, but I was different. I was like a shark stalking its prey, just waiting for the right time to strike. Oh, Reina lost. Or Mion, one of them. The loser of the first round was, of all people, Mion. And now I was certain. Today I could win. Mion, accepting her defeat, scrounged around inside the bag and pulled out one of the pieces of paper. Mion quivered and shrieked. Rena was also surprised when she peeked at it. What kind of terrible thing was written on it? Pet the principal on the head? Sadako yelled with a serious look on her face. So they're gonna go up to the principal and just go pat him on the head? But she wasn't as loud as Mion's shriek. What could it be? Uh-oh. He was inhuman. Pet that guy's head? She bellowed out a yell as she dashed down the hallway. Hunt sea slugs just by sensing their presence. I could do nothing but wait with bated breath. A rumble shook the classroom. Following the launcher was a jab, jab, strong, fierce combo. He's even used a meter. Nothing I could do now except stay calm. I understood now that there were no delinquents at the school. Why there were no delinquents at the school. After a few minutes of silence, Mion slumped back to us. Mion said before collapsing. I was amazed that the person who made the club activities like this could say that. Oh. Raina tried to lighten the mood, and the only one met with Mion's malicious grin. She was serious now. The pace of the game began to quicken. They could I could tell that the game had gotten more intense. And the heavens chose to vanquish Reina. It wasn't exactly hard for her to be worried. Just thinking of the level of difficulty of Mion's first penalty still made me quiver. And so the penalty she drew with trembling fingers was... What the heck was this? Speak like a maid. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I had no idea who wrote that penalty, but she was awesome. I could die right now. The The eagerness to which I was goading Rena into addressing me as master was downright impressive, if I do say so myself. She lost again. Rena again, what kind of penalty would it be this time? I was delighted by the mysterious sense of anticipation. Anticipation? No, this was conviction. Remove one item of clothing from the top and bottom halves of your body. What? Who the hell would have put this in there? My face reddened with in anger. If I didn't yell at something out, I wouldn't be able to hide my shaking. Who did write that? God forgive me, or please give that man a Nobel Prize. An ignoble prize. Not good, not good. What was I thinking about? It was written all over my face. He lost, so take it like a man. Huh? I looked around thinking someone else would probably stop her. Of course, I wasn't exactly trying to stop her either. Then I heard the rustling of clothing, the sound of her skirt hitting the ground. It set my heart racing. I looked away like a gentleman. But these club activities, you need to be ruthless after all. Oh. She poked fun at me, but I can't hear it. Ugh, my throat. Calm down, Keiichi. Mion probably wrote that one planned to go after me as I panicked. Can't fall for a trap. It's just a trap. Clear your head and assess the situation. I was determined to think my way out of this, and the answer was quite simple. And I then became a god. I guess he won. I, who had already entered the domain of godhood, what dare stand in my way? It was like when they pulled me magnetically. I was picking up aces and twos like no one's business. Yes, the pleasure of making this brat disgrace herself. No. Oh God, she wanted him to get that. I guess she wrote it. Yes. Mion's despair was like sweet honey. So apparently he tried to. She wanted him to wear the swimsuit. Oh shit. She's not wearing a skirt, so it'd be bare legs. Dude, how many penalties did they freaking write? Obey the person in first place. How about I have you give me a shoulder massage? Something bad's gonna happen to him. All this has to come and backfire. I had transformed into an evil dictator. I couldn't be doing any better. It felt like I could control how the cards played out with my mind, and even decide what suits would appear just by willing it. By the time I realized it, I've already assembled a harem. I was laughing heartily as I rested my head on Reina, who was now a bloomer-clad maid. Sadako was wearing a collar and had taken on the little sister properties. Mion was fanning me while wearing a school swimsuit. I began to think, why does man have no end to his desires? How could I wish for more than this palace of dreams? That was it. Rika-chan had been in first, but she continued to escape being in last. Oh, what? Rika-chan said it in her usual calm manner with a cheery tone. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Such stoicism from this little girl who was always hidden away in Sadako's shadow. It'd probably be rude not to meet her head on. I shall face you myself, little one. I saw Mion swap a few cards with Rika-chan in the middle of the game, but I pretended I didn't see it. Do you believe you could defeat me with just that? Everyone looked at me. I was still brimming with confidence. Mwah. The four of them still allied against me. Is that it? You're making me laugh. Reversal, reversal. Satoko let out a shriek. Mwah, you simpletons. Using up all her cards before calling the reversal left Rika-chan with no good cards. She was defeated soon after. Wear cat ears, a bell collar, and a tail. What the hell? Mwahaha. Even the penalties were as I wished. Rika hung her head and equipped with three holy artifacts. It's questionable as to why such things were in Mion's locker, but since I had no objections, I didn't ask. This was so how. I felt as if I had become Rena. This was definitely cute. That wasn't me talking, that was the actual Rena. Meep. As Rena mimicked the cat, teary-eyed, rings of smoke escaped for. Sorry, Rika-chan mimicked a cat. Rings of smoke escaped from Rena's ears with an audible poof. Mion grasped and dropped her fist into her open palm. They thought that Rena in cute mode would be able to defeat me. Would it be that easy? Opposing me was the same as opposing God. I'll teach them their place. Oh, jeez. For a moment, I didn't know what was going on. The 52 card deck danced and flowed freely between Rena's hands like machinations of a master magician. In the middle of those flowing cards was Rena's ecstatic expression, her head bobbling about. My whole body knew it already. I was going to lose. Everyone cheered. I was spent. Thank you for letting me dream a little. Everyone peeked at it in unison, gazes flickering between the text and my face. All. Every penalty up until now. That's fucked up. I don't need the lap pillow, so you do that other one, okay? What other one? Rena passed out with a squeal, blood spewing from her nose like a fountain. My dignity was being trampled more than a communal doorstep. Doorstop. Doormat? Fush fush. Oh no. Sadako's like a loan shark. Actually, me trying to escape reality as fast as human possible is pretty adorable if I did say so myself. The executioners surrounded me, wagging their fingers. My first thought, it's tighter on the waist. Second thought, the chest area was pretty loose. The third thought, their crotch was, ugh. Oh god, no. Don't show me this. Please don't. The stern scientific calculating nature mixed in with her fascination made Mion very scary. While I was saying that, Mion placed her hands on my shoulders and Rika-chan slipped up behind me without a word. What was the first penalty? Oh shit, to pat the damn freaking... Oh hell no. To pat the principal in the head. Oh man. I stepped forward into the principal's office. My bell collar jingled adorably. The principal froze solid with a smile on his face as he saw me. I couldn't blame him. In this sacred place of study, specifically in his office, I thought I said excuse me as I entered. The sight of a person wearing a school swimsuit, cat ears, and a collar and a tail. And for to be a young male student, without a doubt, a normal person's psyche would have stopped cold. But this could be explained. We'll call it uncanny valley camouflage, if you will. When humans see others, they only begin to act after confirming this is human. Meaning that if he could not comprehend what was in front of him, that in those moments before he could begin to fully process the situation, his mind was completely blank. That was my one and only chance for victory, my penalty. Rubbing the principal's head. A zing sound loudly. He went straight in for the special move. What is that, curry? Oh. The principal said one thing to me. What does it mean to be a man? And in a heartbeat, everything going white. The tremor that resounded through the Himazawan twilight. Rena was given permission to caress Rika-chan's head as much as she wanted, so they were heading home together, very pleased. Once again today, it was just Mion and I going home. If I was playing with guys, I wouldn't have been that strong. Oh, shit. Oh. Well, when she says it like that, we both smiled at each other. It was Tomitake-san! It felt like you've been running into it quite often. Tomitake-san suddenly leaned over and whispered into my ear. Oh, because Tomitake-san let off such a crude laugh, Mion knew what we were talking about without even hearing his whispering. Mion seemed to really want to get rid of this lot quickly. From the way she spoke, it seemed as Mion knew Tomitake-san quite well. Tomitake-san began to take his leave with a dry laugh. It did look like he was outmatched by Mion. After waving a hand cheerfully, Tomitake-san disappeared amongst the cries of the Higurashi. The image Mion painted out of Tomitake-san was fairly unique. The Tomitake-san I knew was more mysterious. The words flowed naturally from my mouth. Ah! Thing just like wigged out on me. I think I messed up my stabilizer on my chair. It's okay. I'll fix it later. Like about that incident, the dismemberment. She agreed with what I thought, but was quite chipper in how she said it. Mion was posturing pretentiously, but I had easily come into a different conclusion from what she was imagining. It felt like ah, damn it. It felt like all apprehensions I had about Tomitake-san disappeared, lifting a burden off my shoulder. I was finally able to appreciate how clear the evening sky was over Himazawa. I exhaled everything in my lungs and inhaled just as much. It smelled like dusk. We both continued to giggle, not knowing why. Just pointless chit chat. The hot day felt like it was being cooled down by the cries of Higurashi. Community notice! We're greeting the end of the rainy season sooner than in prior years. On this day, when it feels like summer will soon arrive, I'm pleased that everyone is in good health. The season for the Watanagashi is upon us. I believe the assistance of the town council will make this a wonderful festival. I also wish to ask the assistance of everyone with regards to a few things. One, collecting bazaar goods. Villagers are welcome to put their wares on show at the well-received Himanagawa sorry, Grand Bazaar exhibition. Anything is welcome from unconsumed gifts to used clothing. No raw goods, please. Management, Makino, telephone number, blank, 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 blank. Recruiting, number two, recruiting Little Festival drum dancers. The renowned Little Festival drum dancers group, known for its careful choreography, the Shofu Society, is taking last-minute participants. We're looking for any Showboat elementary and middle schoolers. Management, Kimiyoshi, telephone number blank. 3. Taking donations. We're accepting donations in multiples of 1,000 yen. For every 1,000 yen donation, you'll be awarded a freshman stand ticket. Management, Sonozaki, telephone number blank. We're also taking suggestions for ways to improve the festival. If you have an interesting idea, call Kimiyoshi at blank. There is a 200 yen refreshment stand ticket attached to the below cut line. Alright, continuing on. A few days passed since the incident. During that time, either Mion was busy or Rika-chan had to help with festival preparations, so we couldn't get everybody together for club activities. Even though I thought I would never want to participate again after years, it shaved off my life each time. Not having it clearly made my heart grow fonder. Did I just say that right? Oh, whatever. I really not. I'm really not honest with myself. Today we finally had our club activities again. These weren't the same old club activities. It was called the Watakanashi Five Demon Firefight, and it was one of the biggest events in the club. Mom pulled out an old dusty yukata. I put on the same old vest as usual. Dad let off a loud snore from the sofa. It seems like my dad writes for art magazines sometimes too. I never read it though. I wonder if my dad is really a famous artist. As for his son, it's a bit strange for me to say, but I can't imagine he's selling all that well. But he's able to feed his family of three, and my life isn't exactly full of hardships. Maybe he's actually a master painter, and I just never knew it. Ding dong. Uh oh, it's already time? I didn't want them coming here, so I planned on leaving early and waiting outside. Why are you blushing just meeting my mom? Oops. There we go. Wait, what was that? Oh, so there's shortcuts. I didn't notice that. Huh, interesting. Okay. Since Reina would be continuing to space out if I left her here, I grabbed her hand and dragged her out. Then why don't you do it right now? She waved back even as I was dragging her away. We were already in high spirits with just the three of us here. Hey, candied apples. Oh, now I want candied apples. Oh. It was way more lively at the Furuta Shrine than last time I came, far exceeding my expectations. Throngs of people were crammed between rows of market stalls lined with colorful paper lanterns. Despite that, it was actually quite enjoyable. That's true, I agreed. These two knew everyone they came across. Of course, I greeted them as well, but I still wasn't familiar with everyone yet. As you can imagine, Mion was chatting away with the old guys running the stalls. That, of course, is so long as her little condition didn't flare up. But as long as she's blushing quietly, she's pretty cute. I evaded giving her a straight answer by roughly tossing her hair. Oops. Hey, Satoko. Alright, Satoko was in top form as well. She seemed like she was excited about being able to get everyone from the club together for the first time in a while. Rana let out an elated sigh. It seemed like the real lady had made her appearance. Rika-chan was wearing a Shrine Maiden outfit. Yep, Rena's little outburst was completely understandable. I see Rika-chan was one of the committee, or was on the executive committee because she performed all the Shrine Maiden rituals for the festival. It felt very good to wander around the festival with just the five of us. Mion called everyone over to a stand that caught her attention and proposed a rather odd competition. Takoyaki eating race? What do they mean by that? Like, eat as many as you can before you... Oh, okay. Oh, that's alright. I think I got the idea. So you try to clear a tray as fast as you can. Standard in vendor stalls the takoyaki stand. What was oh, blah, blah. What was especially standard for these kinds of events was the strict fact that they were simply balls of dough, takoyaki in name only. The next stall was shaved ice. It was still a bit too early in the season for that, but right now it didn't matter. The Stooges were too late. The moment they chose to tackle his head on with their own downfall. Ew. Oh, gross. Oh, man, that's freaking stank, man. Believe me, I work in the pet industry. I know how nasty goldfish tanks can get. Next to was another old favorite, a cotton candy stall. And I haven't had cotton candy in like 20 years. Damn it, I'm getting really hungry now. On Satoko's mark, Mion, Satoko, and I compressed the cotton candy with our bare hands. The time it took to stick the whole thing in our mouths, 3 seconds. Rina's hand was also crushed it between her hands and stuck to her. Ah. Rina Chan had also crushed it between her hands and stuck it in her mouth. I think only Rina's cotton candy was happy on how it was being eaten. But it felt like we've ended up doing stuff like eat noodles through the nose contest or human water pump at the goldfish scoop at at the rate we were going. The hell is blue Hawaii topped yakisoba? They probably put syrup on it or something. Miranda's proposal was a godsend. It was about time we played a different type of game. It also seemed like neither Reina nor Rika-chan were any good at speed eating or gorging themselves. Oh god, a scavenger hunt? Mion and Sadako dashed off madly, but Rika and I calmly stayed right where we were. Both Rika and I stood motionless for those first few minutes before Mion and Sadako returned. Rika sneered to the best of her ability. You're on. Both Mion and Satoko came back, each with their own plan of attack stuffed in their arms. Where'd she get those? They were old diamond-shaped tin signs. It's very understated, a little too understated. I used to see those stuck between barbed wire fences. They're more nostalgic than cute. Can you explain which part of that is cute? But there are puffs of smoke noisily shooting through Reina's ears and nose, almost like a steam train. I didn't get it. It was a hand-drawn poster from the Ladies' Society's roasted corn stall. It was a really bad sketch done by a housewife. Anthropomorphic roasted corn drawn without any sort of real plan. Its very existence invited a sense of sorrow to the viewer. Oh no. A beep. The sound blood jetting out of Rena's nose. It seemed to have rated higher than Mion's. I really didn't get it. It feels like your artistic sense was a little avant-garde by about 5 eons. I couldn't even begin to follow the way these guys were thinking. Did you and Satoko both forget? If Rika-chan felt like it, she could simply. After moving back about 10 yards, she began to waddle up to Rena. Seeing that, both Mion and Sadako grasped. Oh no. Too late. Rika-chan tripped over nothing and laid motionless after falling down. Rena hurried over to her. Rika-chan had a lump on her forehead and tears well up in her eyes. Only her fingers peeked out from her sleeves. This is the vital part. The palms of her hands were covered by her sleeves. She just made a single sound. Meep. Oh, shit. Miranda's face went completely red. Her head bobbed back and forth with excitement. She embraced Rika-chan and began rubbing her cheek against her. She's tiny. Shine maiden. Brink of crying. Meep. It was perfect. I'll just pretend the sharp sting of those words cutting through me like a razor was a figment of my imagination. Rika-chan turned her gaze to me with a daunting smile. She was caressed by Reina, who was in full cute mode. That cold smile is frightening, Rika-chan. It must be my imagination, but I see a demon inside her sometimes. I bask in their pointed stares. I pulled Reina, who had given no sign of canceling out in cute mode, away from Rika-chan. But it's a bit too crowded here. Let's go back there. What the hell is he gonna do to her? Reina looked very surprised I pulled her behind the shrine. Oh no. What's he gonna do to her? After a bit, I returned. And a bit after that, so did Rena, dragging her feet. Mion and Sadako passed by me, heading straight to Rena. What did he do? For a moment, Rena was too dazed to realize someone was talking to her. Rena let out a real long howl. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. What? His what? His furry what? It was Kenichi-kun's furry little seal. In the blink of an eye, Mion and Sadako's elbow smashed into my face. So they're under the impression that he showed her his Johnson. Okay. A dark billowing aura flowed from Mion and Sadako. This is no good. They're gonna kill me. Rika-chan stuck her hand into my pocket and pulled out my keychain. They slug insults at each other and looked as if they were tearing at each other at any second. I beg of you, if I'm in the clear, would you mind getting off of me? We're interrupted by the flash of a camera. It was Tomitake-san. As I lay crumpled on the ground, Mion and Sadako began to bicker above me. Rika-chan was patting me on the head and Rena was still in cute mode. It was probably quite a lively scene. Satoko dug her heel into me. He was speechless. Everyone knew what I was trying to say. Tomitake-san was well aware. So Rena, Mion, Sadako, and Rika-chan, none of them butted in. Normally, I was a real talkative guy, but in situations like this, I'm at a loss for words. Even though this was all happening in such a bolsterous setting, I felt like I felt like all the background noise was fading into distance. Tomitake-san rests his hand on me gently, silencing me. Tomitake-san's smile was so slight, it looked as if it was going to crumble at any minute, but it was warm. Those might have been cruel words coming from a kid who didn't need to worry about working to feed himself. A hand touched my back. It was Rena. The background clamor of the festival returned. When Rena smiled, the mood instantly got brighter. That was a great idea. Or so I thought, but Mion had a snobbish look on her face. Tomitake-san stepped back slightly at her audacious grins. Her words were quickly drowned out by her cheers. Of course, Rika-chan was the only one to give an answer that made any sense. Tomitake-san got riled up and did a victory pose like he was 10 years younger. That's perfect. We continued walking through the festival with Mion in the front. Now we looked like a family of 6. It had some intensity to it. Tomitake-san was a bit surprised, but to us it was the same as always. Regardless of how terrible the penalty was. Rena was also brimming with determination. She didn't have any intention of losing. I tousled Rena's hair to lighten the mood. She giggled to hide her embarrassment. Tomitake-san whispered that to no one in particular. That moment we heard an old man call out in a strong voice. Looking over, I realized it was the man Mion had greeted right before the festival. His stall was the shooting gallery. It was the usual setup where you had knocked down prizes with a port gun. Everyone shouted their agreement. There was no need to consider how to win, since the condition victory for victory was a simple size. The biggest prize in the stall, it went without question. It was the, it was this one, wasn't it? Marina was gazing longingly at the large stuffed animal. It was intentionally placed in an unsteady platform so that it could possibly get knocked off if hit in the right spot. The intent analysis has already begun. In this club, you'll get eaten alive if you don't come prepared. Everything hinges on what plan you came up with before the main event. At some point, a large crowd had gathered around us, making a big fuss. There was this much of a following of. Oh, God, hold on. There was this much of a following for our club's infamous event. Tomatake's take on the situation is pretty good. If he gets what our club is about. After a couple of matches, it ended up with Mion being first. When the shooting gallery guy handed her rifle, Mion looked it over intently. She didn't forget to check the cork bullet either. Mion raised the gun in one swift motion. It was completely different from her casual inspection. She was shooting from the hip. Fire, reload. Fire, reload. Fire, reload. Fire, flop, flop, flop. 3 candy boxes fell one after another. A big haul. What candy? It said Tomotatake was amazed. That last one. I didn't read it. I accidentally pressed the enter button too quickly. Her accuracy was incredible. Her choice of targets wasn't bad either. The 3 Mion had gone after were fairly large and pretty easy to knock over. They were all targets with very high return rate on investment. The rifle looked a bit big for her small body, but it didn't seem like she had any problem with the weight. She proclaimed as she was going after the teddy bear. Damn, Sadako, such a bold move. Satoko was the opposite of Mion. She aimed at the target quite carefully and squeezed the trigger. The first two bullets struck the teddy bear in the torso, but it only shifted a bit. You need to aim higher towards the head or it wouldn't work. Her third bullet wasn't aimed at the bear but the candy box below its arm. She went boldly after the big catch, but since we're switching over to less impressive prey at the end, second shot, the crowd only gave a strained laugh. They were laughing because she lacked the courage. These fools know nothing. The palm of her hand, blah blah blah. She appeared to be just talking hot air, but it was actually completely calculated. Damn that Sadako. Just to avoid being in last place, she dared switch over to an easy target. Without shame or honor. Magnificent. Reina was up next. She couldn't hit the broadside of a barn as a regular Reina, but she said that bear was cute. Oh boy. It's Reina, you know. It's Reina, you know. But if it was to get that teddy bear, Tomitake-san wheeled around to see what the commotion was the spectators are making fuss about. If it was to get that bear, she'd be able to shoot through a pinhole. The only known as Rena could do it. Rena couldn't hide her excitement over the bear's slow rocking. Now Rena couldn't lose. Another big cheer. Rena's bullet hit the bear's forehead again. Not enough. The bear seemed to wobble a little bit more. While Tomitake-san was just excited as the crowd, Rika-chan's analysis was not swayed by emotion. If Rena had about 10 more shots, she could easily knocked it over. But with just one more, no matter how you look at it, no go. The crowd let out a dejected groan. She had shot it right in the forehead 3 times. It was a bit late, but they gave her a good round of applause for the attempt. She should be praised for her valor, but she had no trophies to show it. Then, at that moment, the old man flicked one of the candy boxes with his finger and handed it to Reina. There was another shower of applause. Reina turned Reina turned bright red, and I pulled her back over to us by hand. It was really easy to see that it only needed a little bit more to be knocked over. Reina had done quite a lot for me. I still needed to pay her back for that delicious picnic. What? Tomitake-san had stolen the words right out of my mouth. Damn you, old man Tomitake. Stealing the good parts for yourself? A small hand stretched over and fell gently on my head right when I was overcome with frustration. Toмотake-san carefully studied the bear. Setting aside, he shouldered the rifle while holding the other two shots in his hand. Uh-oh. He's gonna rapid fire it. The time between shots was short. It was meaningless to shoot again once it stopped shaking. So Tomatake was relying on rapid fire to win the battle. It was visibly wobbling so much more than it had before. But that was all. It still didn't fall over. All of Rena's momentary expectation from watching it sway violently turned into a dejected sigh. That was it. It meant Tomatake-san had no spoils of war. I was the fifth shooter. I took the rifle from Tomatake-san. If I took the ruthless route, as Mion suggested, then I'd go for something insignificant. Except, when I picked up the rifle, I definitely got a feel from it. It was burning passion, passed down to me by Tomatake-san. The regret of not being able to be man enough to fell a bear that Reina wanted. Yes, that's right. If I didn't aim for the bear, then I wouldn't be a man. The crowd went wild when they saw our conversation. That's not it, fine men of the crowd. If I didn't do this, then Random might mug the old man running the stall on his way home. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Why can't I just express my honest feelings? After taking two deep breaths, I shouted over to the guy. Two more rifles. Huh? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Mion was able to figure out magnificently. 6 shots, in other words. Tomatake-san went silent, peering at me and the bear through his lens. His photography blood predicted a miracle would occur. And then the crowd finally picked up on what I was planning. They let out a great cheer. They chanted my nickname. Rapid fire is the key. If I miss, all is for naught. Phew. After letting out a deep breath, I paused. Relax. Now. The fuck? That moment felt like time itself had stopped. It felt like I could see the trajectory of the bullets. Hit it. And knock it down. The first shot hit the bear on its head. The second. The third. The bear swayed hard, and then the cheers began before the stuffed animal even began falling off the shelf. The guy caught it before it hit the ground and tossed it over to me. After holding the teddy bear like it was a championship trophy, I handed it to Reina. Reina, thinking she was never actually going to get it, was momentarily speechless. I pushed the stuffed animal towards her again. This time she embraced and accepted it. Reina dove at me. Mian told me a few days later that Reina kissed me, but I didn't realize it during all the excitement at the time. I remember what I was trying to say to Toмотake-san earlier. There isn't much of anything here, but there's lots of things you could do that you can't find anywhere else. I gained a lot by coming to Hinamizawa, especially at that moment. The crowd's cheers echoed on and on. From the altar set up in front of the shrine, the drums sounded with booming echo. It was the final finale of the festival. Both Rika-san and Tomotachi-san said their goodbyes and wandered off. Oh, my legs ache. Since she was carrying such a ridiculously large stuffed animal, she was being carried by the flow of people. Before losing sight of Mion, I grabbed the back of Rana's collar. I didn't feel ashamed at all. Rana was ashamed enough for both of us. I grabbed on that Rana's hand and dashed after Mion and the others. I hadn't realized Rana's hand was so delicate. Maybe she needed a bit more exercise and nutrition. That wasn't what I meant at all. My ears burned. I tried to keep calm. I repeated the phrase, keep it together, Keiichi, in my mind, but it didn't look like there'd be any able to anytime soon. I really didn't want Reina to see my face right now, so I pushed onwards, dragging her along without looking back even once. There was already a huge gap of people gathered at the altar in front of the shrine. At the fire at the altar made it bright as midday, or just as hot. There was a pile of futons warded with sanctified rope in front of the altar. Come to think of it, didn't they say there was a festival where they did something with the cotton and the futons? Satoko waved her hand from the front row. Making our way through the mass of people, we reached the spot they'd saved. Instead of replying, Mion gave us a perverse grin. Rana turned bright red, puffs of steam shot out of her head. I heard something slice the air and turn around to see Mion on the ground with a welt on her face. Thud, thunderous beat of the drum echoed, silencing the crowd. It was a solemn ritual. Rika-chan entered dressed as a Shrine Maiden, followed by members of the municipal council. The elders looked at Rika-chan and clapped their hands in praise. The only thing allowed to disturb the profound silence was a flash from Tomitake's camera. It was an awkward shape from a piece of farm equipment, not uncommon for something used in rituals. After reciting a Shinto prayer, Rika approached the pile of futons gathered at the altar. She swung the hoe skillfully, plunging into the futons. Each and every little movement of this performance probably had to be done in a certain way. Without doubt, this was a ritual. Rika-chan's face was already dripping with sweat. That hoe was probably really heavy. She staggered side to side with the momentum of each swing. Satoko looked on, silently lending her support. Satoko's hands were sweaty, and whenever Rika-chan started to sway a little, she held her breath. Drove her helmet. Sorry. Mion drove her elbow into my side. With the thud of a big drum, Rika-chan gave a solemn bow and descended from the altar. That triggered a round of generous applause. After Shinto priests had raised up the cleansed futons like a portable altar, all the spectators stood up. Following after the priests, we marched on at a moderate pace. They descended the shrine's giant stairs in a line. The process continued right up to the bank of the stream. A fire was stoked high, and it was bright as day here too. People started crowding around it and clamoring. I wonder what was up. Maybe we can get some holy wine. What? Red and bean, red and white bean buns. But of course, they didn't call it Watanagashi for nothing. I finally understood. The municipal council members pulled the cotton from inside the futons and balled it up like mochi, handing it out to people. Rena dove into the line and brought out some for me as well. Then we proceeded to the bank of the stream. She held out the cotton in her right hand and wa- waving her hand as to purify it. She touched it to her forehead, her chest, her navel, and both thighs. Oh, Yashiro-sama. Was that a Shinto god? Both miracles and curses? That sounded like a pretty frightening god. But, well, when in Rome. I was officially a resident of Hinamazawa now, after all. Doing as Rena showed me, I touched the cotton all over myself 3 times. Thank you, Yashiro-sama. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Together, Rena and I set out our pieces of cotton afloat on the surface of water. The flowers of cotton blooms in the water had sucked out all the bad illnesses from Hionazawa and drifted off, disappearing into the distance. It was wonderful, like those floating lantern festivals I seen on TV. The best part, though, was feeling like this rite of passage had been made had made me a true resident of Hinanazawa. Cannot say that right. Not with my throat all messed up, and I'm out of water. Ugh, the water. At the heck? What is that supposed to mean? What was that supposed to mean? That was um that was Reina's voice, so I assume that this is when shit gets real maybe? While staring off to the stream, I somehow got separated from Reina. I wasn't very lonely though. I know this place now. This is where I live, my home. It's probably better if I just stay here instead of wandering off aimlessly. Someone would surely find me while I was enjoying the evening breeze. I heard a familiar voice. It was Tomitake-san's. I headed towards it. Tomitake-san was with a girl. I felt a little like it was intruding. From the way she spoke, it seemed like she was a resident of Mizawa. I really should try harder to remember people's faces here. What was her name? My face must have given away how desperately I was trying to remember her name, because she gave me a light-hearted chuckle. If that's how it looked, it was probably all thanks to Reina and Mion. I tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there are still plenty of things I don't know. The faces of people I've met, for example. Things that have happened in the past as well. The incident at the dam construction site, the fighting over it, and the conflicts. That terrible incident they pretended that they didn't even know about whenever I brought it up. Even though it was in the past, as someone living in Hinamizawa, it was it wasn't it wasn't wrong to want to know more about the good and bad that has happened here. His smile spread made me feel more relieved than I've ever been. It was hard to think of what to ask when someone says, "Ask me anything," though. Even when there's so much I wanted to ask. Dometake's eyes entered an unfocused gaze as he searched through his memory. Then he spoke. There were three major issues in Japan at that time: improving inter-island transportation infrastructure, meeting the higher demand for electricity, and flood control. There was a boom in buildings due to the massive economic stimulus they provided on top of generating electricity and flood control. Hinamizawa had the right conditions to support dam construction, so it was singled out. Of course, there were protests about it here in Hinamizawa. Rika-chan said that they had fought. From that choice of words, I had to guess things turned violent. Mion had told me all about that as well. I'm sure every resident of Hinamizawa had united to fight together. The feeling of solidarity found here, which could not be expressed properly with mere words, was likely brought about by that battle. If I wanted to know, now is my only chance to ask. It was certainly a bizarre incident that boys my age would be curious about. I felt a little shame from the fact that I was pretty petty enough to have my curiosity piqued by Reina and Mion's refusal to talk about the event, but I figured that I might as well ask since I had the chance. So I just so I wouldn't stop thinking about it so much. Tomitake-san's answer was nonchalant in contrast to my hesitancy to force out a question. On debates whether to continue construction on the dam was in disarray. Ah, scandal after scandal rocked the the project near the end. The incident that was the final nail in the coffin was for the dam project. A fight at the dam construction site ended in the victim being murdered. Fearing prosecution, 6 assailants divided the remains into 6 pieces and hid each one. 5 of the 6 criminals turned themselves in out of guilt, but one was still on the run. The right arm had been yet to be found. The major details lined up with what was in the tabloid I read earlier. It certainly was a tragic incident, but it was also so terrible that Rion and Mion needed to hide it from me. I guess they didn't want someone who just moved here to have a negative impression of Hina Misawa. I felt grateful for having friends who worried about me so much, and as well as shame for not being so interested. Oyashiro-sama was the name of the god at the shrine that held the festival today, if I recall correctly. I see. Their guardian deity rained divine punishment upon the evil dam construction for trying to flood Hinamizawa. The woman with Toмотake-san chuckled mischievously. Toмотake-san began laughing with her. It was so infectious I ended up laughing as well. I'm starting to think this is where it gets ugly, where the game gets a little dark. It is a horror game after all. The woman's lips were still curved into a smile, but her expression turned stern. Tomitake-san paused for a second, as if to build up some suspense. Then he whispered to me, as if someone might have been listening. Somebody dies. The year following the dismemberment. Oh, okay. The woman chuckled mischievously again. The woman nodded. Housewife. Up until now, all these mysterious deaths were people involving with the dam or who had connections with Yashiro-sama. With that in mind, could the housewife have been involved in some way too? The woman stated slyly. No, it was more menacingly. Huh. Well, that's fucking weird. For a while, I stood there with my mouth agape. The battle over the dam construction with Hinamizawa's future at stake, and the murders at the center of it all. That was all I knew, and that was all I wanted to ask about. But that wasn't all there was to the story. Homicide, body disposal, accidental deaths, terminal illness, suicide, fatal beatings. I'm pretty I'm a pretty level-headed person, but I don't want to believe in curses. But the freakish deaths happening year after year on the day of the Watanagashi, and all of them related to the dam construction. It was easy to dismiss them all as coincidences by themselves, but when you put them all together, dismissing them as coincidence could then defy logic. I don't believe in curses, but every single year on the day of this event, someone or something makes it happen without fail. The woman chuckled again, as if she picked up on what I was thinking. It felt like she was trying to say, maybe there was, maybe we frightened him. Stuff like that. I felt embarrassed at being read so easily. I pressed Tomitake-san to continue, a bit of impatience and irritation in my tone. The way he said it, I didn't agree with me. The sarcastic tone ticked me off. I realized then she was trying to calm me down, that I had been panicking. That's today. When Tomitake-san hesitated to say it, she finished for him. I broke into a cold sweat. I didn't really like the direction this was heading. Nobody wants us. I never heard a whisper of that rumor. They should have used the word Norori but there, but I couldn't utter a single word. I think they meant wrath in that context rather than curse. I couldn't utter a single word. In this modern age, where we've made progress in all scientific fields, shedding light on the unknown and misunderstood, where black and white televisions had been eradicated and we sent men to the moon, even with all of our accomplishments, this can exist in modern society. Finally began to dawn on me why Reina and Mion were reluctant to talk. If nothing happened during the Watanagashi, everything would have been over with and I'd been none the wiser. If nothing happened, all would be well. In that case, it would all end up being just crazy talk. I should have just pretended like I knew nothing from the beginning. Then they wouldn't have to act like nothing happened, and we haven't gotten back to life as usual. The woman ran her fingers through her hair as she sighed. I tried to act strong, but that just served to emphasize how much the information had unsettled me. After seeing how I looked, Tomotage-san appeared to regret everything and oh, yeah, regret everything. Setting out, letting out a sigh, he then spoke, forcing an awkward, upbeat demeanor. 'Hearing him say police made me feel a lot better. It was perfect for repelling the word curse. There's a lot of exposition in this game. Ugh. That was true. If it didn't happen on the day of the Watanagashi, then I wouldn't think that was related to the curse at all. It wasn't a very clear explanation, but I sort of understood what Tomitake-san was getting at. So I pressed on earnestly, asking more questions so that I could convince myself. Oh yeah, this year is the next year. Tomitake-san gave me a hearty laugh. My internal computer finally got itself back on track. I felt a bit more embarrassed on how childish I'd become after losing control and panicking. I felt very relieved. I should probably just forget about everything I heard tonight. I'll greet Ra- I'll greet Rita and Mayon. Ah, fuck, I can't talk. Sorry. I'll greet Reina and Mion tomorrow with the same smile as always. They'd probably like they'd probably also like tonight to end without incident so they can continue on tomorrow without having to worry about me. Perhaps seeing my little change in attitude, the woman who had been listening in stretched on stretched as she got up from the rock she was sitting on. There were so few people compared to the crowd from before. I could only make out a few groups of families enjoying the cool evening air. I looked down at my watch. It seems we'd been talking the better part of an hour. I'll see you a bit later. Ooh, these two are... Tomitake-san sees quite the scoundrel himself, so his name is Jiro. After dusting off her backside, she disappeared into the crowd of people still busy cleaning up the shrine grounds. Well, there's Rena. In her place, Rena came running over. I could see all the others behind her. Speaking of the devil, I completely forgotten about them while caught up in my own conversation, so we're even. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Rika was the last challenger, but there weren't many targets left. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did take her time and aim, but all three shots completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san. However, she did a little meeping cry in front of the owner, and he turned to mush instantly. She was given a pack of gum as a consolation prize. Her methods were a bit bad, but she did avoid being the loser rather magnificently. Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomitake-san smiled wearily, slightly bewildered. You're too naive, Tomitake-san. That's why you gotta avoid losing in our club. Mion pulled a felt tip marker from her pocket. Oh no. Oh, that's it. Oh man, that's messed up. All of us pinned his arms behind his back, and Mion approached him with a marker in hand. She didn't write on Tomitake-san's face. She wrote on the shirt he was wearing. You better have a big streak this year, Mion. Rana took the up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay, Rana? It was a little heartwarming. I just had to laugh. Haha, dead last, Sotoko. Try harder next time, Rika. I couldn't decide what to write, but based on what kind of penalty this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again, Keiichi. Tomitake-san was silent the entire time. At first he was quite bewildered, but now he had a different look on his face. He appeared deeply moved. Embarrassment mixed with the wealth of other emotions made him turn a bright red. Everyone cheered and applauded. It was the finest parting gift possibly a buddy headed out tonight. For a buddy heading out tonight. I saw the woman who was standing with Tomotaki-san standing near the festival grounds. It seemed Tomotaki-san noticed her too, and it was time to leave. Tomotaki-san headed towards her and seemed to apologize for making her wait. We all shouted stuff at Tomotaki-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually, he faded into the darkness of the night out of sight. It was quite the casual festival. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They had done the same thing many times before. Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members, since they were having a meeting. Satoko was tagging along with her. I headed back home with the usual suspects. The walk back was lively with the talk of the day's war stories. I should have done this, I should have done that kind of thing. Rena and I parted ways with Mion, and then it was just the two of us. We got to my house and I parted ways with Rena as well. Merrily spinning her arms around at high speed, Rena dashes off. She was fine in that mode, not even an adult could stand against her. Rena's cheerful presence disappeared and it became quite quiet again. The curse that is now the curse that not a soul mentioned even under breath. The more I learned about it tonight, the more unsettling it became. It didn't show on any of their faces, but they were probably all quite concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it all ends up being just crazy talk. Nothing will happen, nothing bad, nothing at all. It was my mom. Mom stuck out her tongue with a bit of embarrassed look on her face. Uh-oh. They didn't go. Quite a few other tips here. Hojo's failing incident. From the June 1980 edition. On the afternoon of X at 2 p.m., office employee blank and his wife blank of Himamizawa village in the Shishibone prefecture disappeared after falling 27 meters from the observatory platform of Shirakawa prefecture. Police and firefighters searched downstream and discovered the body of blank at around 7 p.m. that evening. His wife blank is yet to be found. The search had run into difficulties due to the effects of Typhoon 3 from the previous day. It appeared a railing at the observatory that the blanks leaned up against had caused them to fall. The grounds the groundskeeping staff was questioned by the police in regards to the facility's deterioration and if the park maintenance was performed properly. Huh. So that was the Hojo couple falling incident, yeah. The terminal illness death of the Shinto priest Furude. I didn't realize how hot it is in here. From the June 1981 edition. In the afternoon of blank around 10 p.m. in the ex-district of Hima Mizawa village in the Shishibo prefecture, the Shinto priest of the Furude shrine passed away after an incident. Wait, no, passed away after preconditioning condition he was recovering from suddenly worsened. Parties close to the deceased said he was suffering from anxiety issues concerning the festival, which was being held that day. Also, after Blank's death, his wife Blank went missing, leaving behind a farewell note. The police and local youth association continued the search. However, given the presence of the farewell message and the fact that the Onikakushi swamp is said to be the bottomless, they ran into difficulties. It wasn't reported in the newspaper. Huh. That's it? Radio log. Carry what away? Whoa, the Bic is done for. Somebody died? Somebody's dead. So shit happened, okay. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom, but the moment I stepped into the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled to brim with water, and unfortunately my foot stepped right into it. Clomp, 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 flip, blip. Hmm. Seeing that, Rennig began to swoon as Mion looked on in disbelief. Everything was the same as always. Everyone was there, and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties that held back in my mind since yesterday had vanished. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off their seats. Oh, we get to see Chie for the first time. This is the teacher. I've only heard her voice before. We were all slackers, so no one actually helped clean up. I actually had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. I thought it was the usual stuff, so we didn't tune it out, but then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention. In unison, everyone replied, "Yes, ma'am." What she said really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There's probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, don't spout stupid shit you think is funny. And now I was one of those who needed to keep their mouth shut. I found it rather cute and how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if it if I do say so myself. I was summoned by the cl- I summoned the club activities after school. Activities. Dude, I have a real bad anxiety today. Give me a minute to center myself here. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we just spent the day relaxing. P? Yeah, that wasn't happening. I don't understand what he meant by that. It seemed that Rennick didn't handle this kind of game very well. Oh, it's Clue! Okay. There were 3 kinds of cards comprised of suspects, weapons, and locations. I could see that the names Mion and Rika were written on the suspect cards. Oh, on a card with my name on it as well. Oh, I see. So the cards no one has are the true perpetrators. Everyone directed their attention to Mion. I wonder, is it really? You don't know what you're gonna have to buy. I'm betting Mion would send whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manuals or other crazy stuff. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed around to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the weapon murder have been taken out, so that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards. Three people answered when she asked if Mion had knife the study and the whatever. So that means that Mion and the knife and the study are all in the clear. Jot that down. It's kind of like Clue. This is like poor man's Clue. Only two people said they had one. So that means out of Reina, Axe, and Lounge, one of them is correct and is part of the crime. No, wait. Even if they say they have one, they don't know. Have to say how many. It's possible that either Sadako or Rika-chan has two of the cards. The game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it's gonna be tough. Murderer, okay. Mion drew the cards from the box and we checked to see if her deduction was right. Rika said that is such a hugely terrifying thing with such a cute little voice. Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Rand and I were left out in the cold though. That's even worse. Going off and buying something together as a couple. What if we ended up having to buy a happy family planning manual together? Oh god. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game, but I was always a step or two behind. I saw that Mion was somehow gleaning information on how others were asking their questions. That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I became ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process I needed to win. The important thing is to find out the critical. It's to win at the game. Huh. Eureka. Ew, take your time and squeeze out a nice one. That's fucking disgusting. I had them hold off the game as I headed down the hall. The air was crisp. It showed how stagnant the air in the classroom was from body heat. On the school grounds, some of the classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Reina had made her way over towards me. As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Reina. I'm glad it worked out. She was taken back after a moment. She hesitantly opened her mouth. I could tell from how apprehensive she was playing. I broke my lips. I brought my lips to Reina's ear. Whisper, 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 whisper. Our plan of attack was quite rudimentary. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we reveal our hands to each other. If we did it under the desk, no one would know. We began the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much information would mean we'd need to investigate less. We both smirked at each other. If this was a if I was sorry, if I was the shady businessman, then Reina was a corrupt senator. Pleasure doing business with you. Reina turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should wait a little long before going back. If I went back too soon, it would seem like I went to the bathroom. It wouldn't seem like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or one of them suspected something, then there could be problems. Well, they'd figure out sooner or later because both Reina and I would start winning over and over again. Both Reina and I had enough points to avoid being the losers by the time Mion realized what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all. Huh? It's the teacher. Man, things are just getting good. It's not like I own a hotel. Right before my big match was pretty bad time to have a visitor. But the very fact that someone would was here would seem me strange to pique my interest or whatever. I didn't have I didn't want to waste my time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie simply loosened, his jacket tucked under his arm. There was no reason that he was the resident of Miyazawa, and that was, without a doubt, the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tomataki-san, it seemed I was fated to meet middle-aged men. Don't get in a car with this guy, you don't know who he is. The man, completely ignoring my question, pointed over to his car parked in the gate and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I have no intention of going along with some geezer I don't even know. He was asking me to get in his car with him. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about. Even while knowing that conversations like that start out led never to anything good. Okay, you're gonna get robbed, freaking kidnapped, or something. The inside of his car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditioning were supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't have one in his car, at least. Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark the same way he did to me and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. It, on it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture, which was looked like it was taken from the DMV. Oh no. There was no hint of his usual unreliable, easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half asleep face. Even before seeing it, I had a good idea who it was. I didn't even know her name was, but I did know that she was a resident of Hima Nizawa. Being asked every little detail is troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea who this guy was by now. I think he's a detective or a private eye, one of the two. There was no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to the silence in kind. I'm thinking that that radio tip was somebody's body. I'm pretty sure, no certain that this guy was a cop, and I think Tomitake was killed because they said they found his. Well, they said his. They knew about the writing on his shirt, so I'm thinking that he was murdered. I was pretty sure no this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomitake-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there be been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he spoke again. My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things, and it probably shows in my face. The dismemberment killing, the accidental death, the death by illness followed by suicide, and the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happen on the day of the Watakanashi, ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomatake-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. What does tatari mean? Never heard that word. I assume it's something else. It's not noroi, which is a curse. I'm gonna have to look it up. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts, that it was more prominent. Whew. The man. Tomoedake dead? My mind went blank. What happened to him? Not that any of the cause of his death or reasons behind it. The real problem was that he died on the way to the Watanagashi. On the day of the Watanagashi. Meaning this year the curse of the Oyashiro-sama had once again hit. I didn't want to understand why. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it of course to me but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I only regret forcing myself to learn of something I shouldn't. Or at least that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest. There were a few street lights on that road. Its pitch black darkness was the only was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomitake-san was spotted collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Tomitake-san was face down covered in blood. Blood and muck covered in asphalt. His throat had been ripped open? What the fuck? Nails. Somebody freaking ripped his throat out with their nails? As in fingernails? You mean his neck was clawed through? Basically, it means it wasn't murder, it was suicide. That's freaking creepy, dude. So he tore his own throat out. Tomitake-san, whatever was going through his mind, tore his own throat. It's hard that he would. It's hard as he would use his own nails. Tore through his skin until he started to bleed. And even then, Tomitake-san didn't stop. He continued clawing, with enough intensity that it could peel off his own nails and still keep clawing. And then as his nails reached those vital arteries that he should never damage, he continued clawing. And then his nails reached vital arteries that you should never damage. He continued clawing. Blood splattered on the ground around him as he bled, while gasping for breath. He collapsed, his body spasmed, and he died in agony. But it was suicide. I've never heard of such a thing. This unnatural way of dying. If this wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died in these 5 years, his death is most resembles that of a curse. As if to show both myself and Tomitake-san, who proclaimed that there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong. State of hysteria before his death? That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their own throat. Wounds on his hands matched a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. Meaning that while he was tearing at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. There were external injuries which were not self-inflicted, discovered on him. There's a probability that Tomitake-san was assaulted. The external injury suggests there were multiple suspects. What the fuck? To summarize, Tomitake-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then he died. Holy shit. What the fuck, man? Everyone signed Tomatake's shirt, then parted ways. Right after that. Oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. She hasn't shown up for work. For a while, I can only gaze off into space. I never thought that something unfortunate happened to someone close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I spent with Tomatake was short, but we went to the same festival, spent some time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us. That I know all too well. I would have been none the wiser if it not for Tomitake-san, the outsider, telling me. I should have been very angry that this is the reason he wanted to speak to me, or wanted me to hear what happened for me. If any, if things go the way they have been, then the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomitake died from Oyashi Urasama's curse. He turned away from me and gazed far into the distance. Tomitake-san had to have been killed by humans and a cowardly group, no less. There's no way I'm gonna let this end up being the fault of some curse. The tense mood was cut by the man's laugh. Neither Tomitake-san or nor I believe in curses, but how the things were going, I would end up with Tomitake-san's death marking the fifth year, which mean which would mean that Hinami Mizawa had rejected Tomitake-san. That was something I couldn't allow. He was one of us. He didn't live in Hime Mizawa, but he came with every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There's no way that he could have been cursed by Oyashi-sama. If I see her here, he was talking in the future tense. So he wants him to be like kind of like a. He wants him to be a informant. Things or people or rumors. Anything's fine. I don't care if they're unfounded. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whether I wanted it or not, I'd be marred knee deep in this shit, basically. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I need to figure out. I need to find out the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face. With my friends' names brought up so abruptly and being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry. Don't play games with me. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem especially offended. He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. Village conspiracy? What is this place like? What is that? Damn, what is that? Not Children of the Corn. There's a movie like that where they sacrifice people. Can't remember it. Give me a break. First of all, is there proof of that? The only residents of Mizawa felt that day was blah, 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 felt the day of the Wanagashi was sacred. So basically, because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to him. All right. Mm-hmm. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion, but it couldn't be just shrugged off. In the beginning, it fell to those related to the dam project, but as the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower. The bar keeps just getting lower. Shit, he's implying that I could be murdered. Or I swallowed my words. Here, the ones who could be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I had passed by. Then, the next victim's my family. He was saying it was going to be me. I knew Mia had fought. This is the first time I heard her family leading the protests, though. Then, well, what did it all mean? Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he'd magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough. What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting me not to carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with a curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers should have had anything to do with that process. It may have caused those sensitive about the curse just to worry needlessly. I was talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious instances yearly, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't I didn't want to be a burden to them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man wanted, as insipid as it was, but it couldn't be helped. Is it a scary game? It's more. I think what it does is it builds up for you to like the characters, and then it breaks you down. I wouldn't say it's scary, scary. I think there's a few like moments that are kind of unnerving, but I haven't got to anything really scary yet. That's freaking creepy. The way he said it was unpleasant yet retained hints of politeness. He was the splitting image of a vulgar police officer, though I've never seen one this bulky before the cop shows I watch. Yeah, so far, this is when it's been starting to get unnerving more than anything else, after that festival part. So, hopefully it just goes downhill from here because I want to see more freaky stuff happen. The door opened with a click and in steamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering hot outside of the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was an almost cruel heat, as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if the land of Hinamizawa suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad that as that thought crossed my mind. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. Ouch. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow. Why is he saying it as if I'm going away forever? That's really too formal. I returned to the school building without looking back. I don't know how much time had passed. I didn't feel I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there's a lot on my mind. Tomitake-san's death was hard enough as it was, but to think that there was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved. Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, Reina, Satoko, or Rika-chan. It was a group that attacked Tomitake-san. Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be that they were hiding here somewhere in Hinamizawa? I don't know. All I can say for certain is that Mion wouldn't be the perpetrator. Huh? I was startled to hear Rena's voice. They're playing Clue. Rena clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over there. Wow. The heck? Her score is lower than mine, and I wasn't even playing. I I followed my initial plan of showing Rena my cards, but it didn't. I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call. Murder is Rena with the poison at the entrance. It's my fault, so I had no choice. Everyone applauded and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty. Just running her damn chores or her errands? Was she making a spy? 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo. It's a freaking shopping list. Oh, that's fucked up. I promised myself the next time I won, I'd make her go buy him her cream. Alright, that's it for that. So we know that Tomatake was murdered. We know he was murdered by a group of people. Well, let's see what this is. He clawed out his own throat. Jesus. So, some of Tomatake's fingernails have been pulled out. Fingernails actually ripped off surprisingly easy, but it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there are lots of bruises on his body. It's clear from the shape of him that he was assaulted first by someone or a group of people. He was extremely hysterical. It is possible that in such abnormal environment, a person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are rare cases. Pretty athletic. Hmm. I can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive, but I think his physical strength alone would be on the higher side, meaning he'd be pretty difficult to overpower in a brawl. If a man with such a physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around frantically, that's just unthinkable that anyone it wouldn't nick the perpetrator, and his opponent was unarmed. This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think it would hit him at least once. They think that four people did it? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down a big prey, it's fundamentally attacked with numbers. I guess about four. Even there, even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage. A group of four or more. Just if they had that many, they couldn't have hid the body in a less obvious location. Or he somehow did break away from that fatal predicament. Then there would be no reason for him to commit suicide. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. It's full of mysteries. Last one for tips. Search notice. For what? Jiro Tomitake, deceased. Resided in a cheap hotel in Shishibon City. Registered under the name Jiro Tomitake. Pen name. Travels via a folding bike. Low license. The bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the site of the forest path. Present on the day of the festival. Accompanied by the missing girl, Mio Takano. She was seen around 9 p.m. by police. Location afterwards was unknown. Held residence in Himemizawa for 1 week each season for about 5 to 6 years. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious on the film located among the articles of the deceased. Wallet was among the articles of the deceased. Mere act of violence? From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Chiba, among the Sobo National Railway line. No individual matching the name Jiro Tomitake in the residency records of any of the Tokyo wards. Compare teeth with the dental records. Send to the Metro Police. Attach a photo. Send the Metro Police. Contact magazines regarding Jiro Tomitake. Miyano Takano is missing still. She's a nurse at Ira Clinic. Became close to Tomitake through her passion for wild bird photography. Resided in Okito, okay, Okinomoya district. She was single. Witness accompanying him to the festival grounds, currently missing. Abducted? Or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive to kill the deceased. Squabble from jealousy? Needed to thoroughly investigate their relationship. Place of work, etc. Need to get information from the police on the scene again. I want some cream puffs. 4 jumbo ones. Oishi. Jeez. Why would he... Oh. He's just reading it. He's not putting that in the report. Alright, so we're going to save it. Pretty sure all the jacked up stuff starts to happen next chapter. I'm just guessing. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but it doesn't look like I can do it today. Raunchy shows. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. It seemed that Satoko had responded, but I pretended not to hear. Rika-chan was really a good girl. I take that back. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night was because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi-san at that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. I just spent the day like this. It's almost as if the incident with Tomitaki-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Oishi just trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. The one thing that was certain, I didn't speak with anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew anything, or if I knew I wasn't going to be any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. I ended up, it ended up with me again regretting learning something that I didn't need to know. if I hadn't ever learned about it, I would, without a doubt, be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi for this. On the other hand, Rena's voice was even harder to pick up, but I could still tell that she was quite upset. It it couldn't be. They weren't talking about Tomatake-san, were they? I would have feigned ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it all a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join in the conversation, it was much easier just to sit there and pretend I was asleep to listen to their discussion. Wait, why did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung. There are others, right? Two? Onikakushi. Who the hell's that? To be hidden away by a demon? To spirited away. Or demoned away. That's kind of like being spirited away. Or taken by a demon. Possessed. It's kind of unique to the Japanese culture. Because demons usually possess people in the West. They don't normally just take them and drag them to hell. I did, however, get the feeling that it meant no good. What is not allowed? She did something would that she feels would piss off their guardian spirit. Uh-oh. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, the term Onikakushi, to be demoned away by the context was used in, I guess, similar to being spirited away. I suspect that's what was meant because Tomitake-san and that woman, it really bugged me that I don't know her name, vanished after the Watakanashi. The next thing that stuck out to me was when Rene said there was another one, right? Mion also said, if it is Oyashiro-sama's, yeah, responding to something. If it is Oyashiro-sama's curse, then there had to be two victims. Is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying that at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of Onikakushi. It seemed like the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that weren't paired together. I recall Tomitake's terrible end. That is something not as ill as despairing. That horrendous end would be described as curse. Then the woman with him, it means she vanished because he was demoned away. What I do know is that there is normally an even amount of victims in the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Reina. Reina was frightened. For what reason, I don't know. However, she knew something about made her a potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama would be the guardian deity of Hima, Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Oishi said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But if that were the case, then I would think that I'd be more of a likely target, having moved here more recently than Rena. From her composure, I could infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay what I heard now to Oishi-san. Inform the police of what I've heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep made me feel terrible. They raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. It would be better not to seek the answer, or it would be better not to seek the answer to these questions. As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned these events. In the distance, I could hear the ringing of the handbell signaling the start of afternoon classes. I couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head. It was that moment I leaned against the back of my chair. Ooh. There was a thumbtack stuck to the back of my chair with tape. Oh, hell no, that must hurt. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. I furiously jumped from my seat and tripped as my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together. Ow. Imagine getting a thumbtack stuck to the back of your head. Oh, shit. Not bad, Satoko. The teacher came in right when I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Satoko. Clomp, clomp, wish something. Not caring one bit, began to eat a flick. I made her eat a flick to the forehead. I saw Sadako stick out her tongue at me, that little brat. In any case, I apologize, even if it was a completely insecure tone of voice. Damn her, I'll remember this. I sat down after Mion told me to. She'd switched her class representative mode. With the boring classes finished, the school day was over. Now, what should I do for our club today? Personally, I'd like to play that deduction game one more time. Really hard to play it since of Oishi-san. Ray and I weren't able to test our skills out accordingly. Mion looked over her shoulder and we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up. Mion left us with that and rushed to exit after snatching up her bag. Ah, I thought she was the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff. I see. She's able to pay for that mountain of games of which she saved up from there. Is that what she's calling it? So what now? Pass out on club day? I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game from that ever-growing pile of games. At the very least, I wanted to replace Satoko for what she did during break. When she says it like that, I guess everyone's not in the mood for club activities. If I kept on trying to push the matter, I may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. I guess I'll give it this time. I shuffled through the cards as if I was still caught up on it. Sataka looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out three of them at me. I also helped gather up the scattered cards, suddenly paused. They were just suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Reina, Sadako, Rika, Keiichi, Mion. Satoshi? Who the fuck is Satoshi? Satoshi. Not all the cards were made by us. Or at least not every card besides this one had the name of a club member. Does it mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone else in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi in the class roster stuck up on the wall. Being rushed by Reina, I quickly finished. Satoko and Rika-chan had already meagerly married off to the lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Reina had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave. I tried asking Reina in a roundabout way. She made a troubled face and then answered. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. I am not sure, sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial, and I felt a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, don't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Although I do appreciate that they kept that insulting curse for me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it meant to be friends, right? For a moment, I wondered what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. It's probably like exactly the face Rena said it was. Appeared my grim expression had frightened her. I rustled to her. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. wonder why. I wonder why I've been getting this dumb feeling lately. I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. It was just me enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave me no answer to my naive inquiry. Marina timidly answered or questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made this situation even more unsettling. Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I had the perfect attendance record since I was in elementary school. Rana continued on since I didn't give her an answer. I wonder if Rena also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. Feeling I had been drawn into a conversation, her face suddenly brightened. All of her first acquaintances, surprises, worries, and good times. Can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into the monster who used any means necessary to win at that time. She's at her best when she's fighting dirty. I guess Rena had also been left in the dark about Oyashi Osama when she just moved here. I guess that's when they finally told me about him. I'd be considered one of them. Rena was poking fun and laughing at me, but I couldn't help but laugh as well. Then I suddenly stopped. Then, after making my mind, I spoke. Uh-oh. Is there something that everyone is keeping from me? Rena suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. Her tone was still the same cheery and lighthearted one as before. After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted something so rash. But she came back to me in a way I didn't expect. Here we go. Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time seeing this expression from her. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same person. You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say the part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomitake-san and how I felt alienated from the group, even without having to think about it, there were things I knew I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell anyone about what happened with Tomitake-san to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret the same way that they didn't tell me about Oyashiru-sama. Then aren't we even? Her answer was instant and it shook me. Rena stared as I burrowed as if it burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff, but she knew what was happening. Damn, she's been stalking you, dude. Rena knew everything. She knew that I was called out by Oshi-san and knew that about the incident with Toмотaki-san as well. Did she know all of it? It was a lie. Shit. Sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale and the deep breath that I'd just taken. No, it was like I was allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized. The person in front of me, she was not Reina. And then, who was it that was standing before me right now? Who had assumed Reina's appearance? I had held my breath for so long I could feel myself suffocating. Then she made a facial expression that Reina normally would have made. It didn't matter if it was Reina's usual smile, it chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It was it wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was with Reina's face was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then she smirked as if she was able to see right through me. It was Reina's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing my face close enough to mine to almost bump off into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. Huh. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing for me, this person who looked like Reina, frightened me to the core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long, empty silence, she finally spoke. It was Reina again. Smiling once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened. When I realized, when I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me and I slumped into the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Reina was out of sight. I felt cold, my body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who the hell was that person? Who looked like Reina? Hmm. They weren't kidding when they said this game was a slow burn when it came to the horror elements. It builds up your your happy mood, and then it takes your happy mood and just dives it in the shitter. Kind of like psychological horror does. I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Reina going off on me? No, that wasn't right. It was someone else that looked like Reina. Then who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling, knowing that someone else, not her. So tomorrow I shouldn't have a problem talking to Reina like I usually do, right? That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should calm down and clear my head, though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs. Bookstore. I can't think of why they'd be calling me. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway. Oh, it's Oishi. Oishi-san was on his own way rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me and I dashed back up to my room on the second floor. He gave me the number for his direct line, so I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but he kept making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up. I see. This is the real person. He really beat around the bush here. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed. If he's around here, he might know. Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me feel a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything. Feared of his village where demons reside? More like human eating monsters? Bakibono, in other words. Demon snatching up people is what Onikakushi really means. I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years. She began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind. Hmm? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi-san. The incident 4 years ago was a particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they postponed tons of wanted posters with his face on it. Well, they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had, but after 4 hours there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. The police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't laugh it off. wife's body never surfaced. At that time, this is the river below the cliff being in muddy rapids. Police divers have searched every branch of the main river for dozens of miles, but in the end, they were never able to find the body. I'm not sure if it was right call calling that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part is reality. The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest around Imazawa, meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in front of the swamp. A diver was able to recover a few of her articles, but never able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere. After he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing. Was still under this. Oh man. Shit. He died in his holding cell. He swallowed a spork and choked to death. Not even known whether it was an accident or suicide. I couldn't believe that this could help lead to closing of these incidents. It was just something that they had in common. He mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized the events. It does seem like there's a lot. And that means the fourth victim's child was different. It would have, it would have to really stand out to married couples, except that not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomitake also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall. Oh god, his name's Satoshi, isn't it? I remember that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year? He's up at school until last year. Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. Then, where I sat once belonged to the one that was demoted away. It was this seat. I recalled the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand on end. This string of deaths, no, Oyashima-sama's curse. Now I knew how it was connected to me. That chilling sensation, it was the feeling of Oyashiro-sama's caressing the back of my neck. Could he could this curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it, and I was scared. That's why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by a man, not the work of a curse. But the more I dug in, the less likely it seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually, I'd reach the point where I learned something I really shouldn't know. To be either none the wiser or seek the answer I might regret, which I would be happier with. Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for one more year. That was when I remembered. Reina. Reina said that she might be the next victim of the curse. It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think that it had a concrete reason behind it. She was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor, that someone who looked like Reina wasn't Reina, that might be unrelated. All of the strange things I felt from Reina today came back to me. Knock, knock. A sudden lock on my door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. On the other end of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? So late. What is Dad doing? I had stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On the tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea, a fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side, everything you can ask for. This is quite a show of hospitality. Dad was in high spirits and he had a smirk on his face, but for my entire life I have never seen him act this hospitable. What has gone into him? I jumped. It's not something you want to keep from my father. But how can I explain that I was talking to a detective this late at night? She was here, wasn't she? Who? Reina. Huh? Oh shit. So she I had no idea what Dad was talking about, but I have a cold sweat dripping down my back. Oh shit. Miranda came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second store. Okay, so you didn't hear it because of the Oishi thing. I didn't reply, but I knew he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside. Then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and I went upstairs. An hour had passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs about an hour past. Then then passed by my dad and returned home. Then after she came upstairs until she left, where was Reina? There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs, meaning Reina had about for an hour in the hall, No, she couldn't have been standing in front of my room this whole time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to began rushing through my head. Mom yelled up Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes, looked down at the floor around the doorway where Reina might have stood all that time. Just now, as I was talking to Oishi-san with my back turned, Reina was standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time. What the fuck, man? At that time in this dimly lit hallway, what did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from both teacups obviously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. Oh, shit. Notice from the police chief. Okay. July 1st, 1982. To Departments 1 through 12. Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in the Hima Mizawa village. In cases in Shishibone City, Himinizawa village has been reported by certain sections of mass media. It has drawn global attention, which has caused serious repercussions for local residents. This has become a serious situation. Protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents. The following notice has been issued. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Oniyoma, or, sorry, Okinomi Station 1982, case number X. The village household wife murder. Um, okay. Himanizawa village student disappearance. Non-disclosure of information number 2. Station 7, 1979, case number X. Himanizawa village site foreman murder. Shira Station 1980, case number X. Shirakawa Natural Park falling incident. Ikonimi Station 1981, case number X. Hinamizawa village Shinto priest wife disappearance. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management. Prefecture Police Headquarters. Internal line at Police Affairs Department. Okay, so basically they're covering everything up because they don't want people going and they don't want the news getting hold of it. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday I kept on wake up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly it was my imagination and forced myself to try to sleep. Except not being able to stand it, I gathered my courage and opened the door. And of course there was no one there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just don't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get breakfast stable without an incident, I still didn't feel at ease. Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. Now, it wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I haven't been feeling well for the past few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later when I usually later than when I usually met up with Rena. It was Rena. Rena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she's certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious and she always looked out for me. Why would I be so scared of someone like that? It wasn't Rena's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been my cold. It just had to be. Mom headed to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found a folded lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happens every once in a while, so it wasn't unusual. They would be back for dinner, but it might be l- late. On the note, it said, "The insurance card is on the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There's also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I haven't been there before, so I don't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it was really just leftovers from in the morning and in case I went to the hospital. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of a work weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's nap, I took a road I never usually used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Irie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of the Misawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot, even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air conditioning waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. After half-heartedly answering all chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." After he gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine, I thought it was a little overboard, but if it could clear away the gloomy feeling I've been having lately, it was worth it. Damn, a shot for a cold? Well, it's the 80s. I don't know how it worked back then. I forgot. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the bathroom. As I was leaving, I heard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention on eavesdropping, if it wasn't for that word. They're talking about Tamioka, but he's dead, and she just disappeared. Or Tomitake-san, sorry. I can feel my ears perking up. So she was a nurse, okay. So her name was Takana-san. That woman with Tomitake. She worked at this clinic. Oyashi Shiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic, so I gave up and left. Thus, everything I was separated from daily monopoly school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hina Mizawa. As long as I was in this place, I would never be able to escape. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack on for the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn honk abruptly behind me. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. It was Oishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. I was just gonna lie down after getting home anyway, and I didn't really have a cold. I still don't trust this guy. I finally began to understand Oishi's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in this place. I went with Oishi-san riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight was outside was a lie. I recall Reina, who'd been listening on the phone conversation at the time, separated from me just by the door. Even now, in the brightness of sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connected to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This is where Tomitake-san died. Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. Oh, that's fucking nasty. Caused by hallucinations given how he's clawing his own throat out. I guess they don't have real extensive toxicology reports back in the 80s. I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of the curse to be dissociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death. It made me a bit relieved. We passed in front of the rather desolate, yet still busier than Himazawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot and I followed Oishi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children here in the middle of the weekday. We were led by a particularly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san in the booth. Oh, great. What is this, a cosplay cafe? Regardless of how the waitress looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after cup coffee came to the table. Oishi-san took the notepad that was stuffed in his breast pocket. So there is be a place called Onikakushi, the demon's abyss. Oh shoot. Hmm. Depths of that swamp are connected to the realm of demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous swamp. Are you serious? So this guardian spirit is not like a kami, it's a freaking probably a demon. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of I forgot they call that. Deification, that's it. A village of inane creatures. Even if we were going to call them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or Saiyan would probably be a more apt description. Huh. Entire village, apparently. That's quite frightening thing to imagine. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi sat, laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. I recall what Mion said all the village united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities of how part of about unification overlapped. That caught my attention. Oishi also appeared to be pondering what it meant. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you don't see the atrocities, in other words. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me all overlapped with his theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak of it. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we both were waiting on each other to say that last part. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring the coffee before speaking. Oishi muttered something as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. If Oishi-san said this to me before, I would have gotten angry for him calling my friends into question. But now, I couldn't. Oishi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I've ever seen of him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There are quite a few things I regretted hearing from him, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This is probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run away from the truth. It was all I could mutter. Oishi stared into my eyes silently for a few minutes. After he was certain I was ready, he began. Oishi-san had said that before. Mion had defied the damn project. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up. Oh shit, I know who Satoko is. Oishi-san's look told me that his voice was too loud. Oh shit. I could tell my lips were getting kind of dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought nothing but a not thought nothing but a bizarre incident, but one could easily to distance myself from. But clicking and clacking it had snuck all its under my feet. God, I need water. Ugh. Okay. So uh, Satoshi was Satogo's brother. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water once again and wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down. But Oishi was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting my feelings out, he started speaking again. The last thing I should have heard. Dude, that just has to be a coincidence. Mion, Satoko, Rika-chan. So what if they're connected? You're telling me that all of my friends, it couldn't possibly be. Well, Reina's different, isn't she? Reina isn't connected with the victims at all. He said in a roundabout way. Is he saying that she's also connected? Suspended from school. went through her school building and broke all the windows. At that same space he ran ahead. I couldn't even imagine it. Huh. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I heard it happens to people who are methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those match Reina's easygoing personality. I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. I felt like someone's stone cold hand was caressing my back. Why would Ren have spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa? Oh great, Ren is psychotic. Or sociopathic, one of the two. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. She's not an outsider. Damn. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you see on a blank TV channel. I'm starting to think that those two were talking about that and knew you weren't sleeping. To throw you off. Huh. My ears began ringing and I lost all sense of comprehension. Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. That was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. Is he implying that they all just kind of like gathered after you left and murdered Tomoitake? Beat him to death or something? While he clawed his own throat out. I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten until Uishi said that. I got another glass of water when we left the shop. I chugged it down. I got in the car and returned to Himamizawa through a rough road. I never pay attention when I was on my bike, but cars normally shake this much. It was almost as if the road was deliberately trying to tell me something. But that big jolt from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake's son scream. In silence, I'm letting myself be shaken by the car. I blurted out the question. Really, just blurted it out. I didn't expect the answer. I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating a string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all of this? He knew nothing. I knew nothing I couldn't help. Everything Oishi spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I do? having just moved here, or even possibly no. By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi to reach out to me, then it would have to be that it was part of Mion's circle of friends who looked suspicious to Oishi-san. He didn't really give me a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. I wanted to that absurd. I wanted to reply with "That's absurd," but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't even bring myself to say it. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Waganashi, I might be the victim. So apparently, he's feeling pressure to end the investigation. After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised a little time has passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi's roundabout way of saying it. I didn't really give any sort of response. The tire crunched over the dirt as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust. I felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in a shark-infested water before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oishi-san was being unfair. Tell me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing, and I was the bait dangling off the line. I'd be the fish, or the would it be the, would be the fish be the perpetrator, or would it be really just a Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait had to be swallowed whole. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left by the AC of the car. Hmm. Yeah, he's kind of weird, Doobie. He also sounds pretty I think they intentionally made him sound like he also could be a part of the conspiracy. I wonder how much time had passed since I'd laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked with sweat. It probably was a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called me many times, but I didn't notice it. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I could say no saddens me. Oh shit. Miranda's gonna be there too. Miranda's coming too? That's what it sounded like. Still a little concerned about meeting Reina, but I guess if she was with Mion. Oh, this is not gonna end well. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. Mion showed me complete lack of concern for someone who was recovering, and Reina looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't it didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. It seemed like my face appeared a bit sullen. Oh, Hage? Oh my god, those are good. Held a package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in there. It was quite hefty. One I made in there, I guess which one I made. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess. Oh shit. What the fuck's up with her eyes? The sudden question startled me. I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I'd never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why was she talking to me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane and was almost meaningless. The way she said it, like as if she didn't care about what I ate. She must have suspected that I was with Oyoshi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then we read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to efforts I've made, there was a pause before I replied. The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. Now they were sharp, as to make me feel the vain ignorance behind her words or even more. As if she already knew that's how it looked to me. Was it good? Mion was speaking in an unnaturally low tone, almost as if she had eaten at the restaurant in town, or she had known I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There's no way they could have known I was. Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood that had drained from my face made me go pale. Oh shit. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. It took everything I had to finally force these words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Nyan sneered knowingly and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. Rana's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing too much, and it felt as if it was going to explode. I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even if she tilted her head slightly. As if nothing happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about to close, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, setting my heart racing once again. A single eye peered through the narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle after their low laughter died off in the distance, and the silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I were talking about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Think about it now. All that could have all that could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then what were they? Were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi about one thing, and they were warning me about that was unnecessary. What was it that he talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole. Was the fact that there were maybe multiple perpetrators hidden within the village. No, more precisely, that Mion, Reina, Sadako, Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were all warning me against? I hit my own face hard enough to let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like as if I was being punched. I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughingly painless. Calm down. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down, calm down. Settle down, sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because someone from Hima Mizawa had just happened to be there at the time. They must have told her that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from there. It's not as if they had ulterior motives. Has to be. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Reina. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oishi-san, and Reina was correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Reina, and I was startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Suddenly, thinking of that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think they're a good bunch of people. When I'm when I just moved here, I couldn't make out heads or tails of everything, and they were really kind to me. Reina was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really cute. Mion is also a very good person. She didn't really care about anyone's age or gender and was opportunistic and outgoing, which I was never bored of when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, Rambunctious Sadako was a good person for that too. She's pretty bratty, but that was the way she reacted or interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing the better untold secrets of this place from Oishi-san and Tomoki, okay, son, I was told about Yoshi-sama's curse, the thing that started going crazy. Then hearing about Oishi-san, that Mion, Rena, Sadako, and Rika were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after he told me all that strange stuff. At the time, I should have just not listened to those weird stories. I should have even asked Tomoke-san, Tomitake-san about the past incidences on the night of the Wanagashi. If I hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I hadn't, that's right. So that's why they killed Tomitake-san. That outsider speaking to the likes of me after everyone went out their way to keep it a secret from me. They probably killed Oishi. They'll probably kill Oishi-san as well for trying to unearth what he was warning me about to keep it left buried. Besides, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt others. Of course, a guy like that was gonna be killed. Both both of them were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of the village. These guys should just fall into Oyashiro-sama's curse and just die. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't. Ooh, shit, he's going fucking crazy. I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in the club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It has to be fun. I was one of them after all. Reminds me, I need to eat those mochi. We can tell which one Rena made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our Chloe had did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I've dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. It was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fitting snugly inside. There were letters written on from left to right on the newspaper: A, B, C, D, and E. Now then, they all they said Reina made one of these. I wondered which one. There was much difference on how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. That was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi was made very neatly. So, well, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Calm down and think harder. Mion had said her grandmother made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant four of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made one, and probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning the one Rena made was this one, E. For a moment, I thought it might have been a trap Mion laid. She'd know I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be sure if Mion made it, but since she said Rena made it, probably wasn't a trap. Hmm, not bad. The smooth bean paste and chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards was also extended from the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it would be a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. Well, first a bite. This was quite difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different how it was shaped in the end. So it was to be expected. The deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rana the challenger with a size you couldn't get enough of. I've only had one bite of Rena's, but probably had to wait until I was done to make a decision. Maybe there's something hidden inside that could cause an upset. It seemed my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my finger and grabbed it. What? What the hell was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. I slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then after sticking for a moment, it slid to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone away and out to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first glance, I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was quite long, and it was this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around in my tongue. There was a bit of metallic sheen on one end. Oh yes, there was a hole from where the thread would go through, like a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. Holy shit. Huh? I couldn't answer, but a voice in my head already knew and let me know by chattering one of my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror that was waking inside me. Suddenly tasted something metallic and felt prickling pain in the back of my throat. Oh shit, he ate a fucking needle. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both my hands over my mouth after writhing in agony. I was somehow able to hold back my nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then I finally registered exactly what was mixed with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat. Plop. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. Oh, that's nasty. After looking away, I dashed into the hall and flew upstairs to my room where I stayed under the covers till morning. Well, I guess he just pricked himself with it. He didn't swallow it. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or a warning or reminder. It was nothing simple as that. What happened in Hima Nazawa? This is happening in what would happen? I didn't need to answer any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rena and Mion and the others, they considered me an enemy. Shit, the stink picker just collapsed. Fuck. Oops. I'm gonna have to tighten up the rocker on this. Oh. They thought I should die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep. I was as I was crushed by negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a bellowing bottomless swamp. Damn, she tried to straight out make you swallow a freaking sewing needle. What? What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? Hmm. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by very active maniac state. Rarely commit suicide, huh? They don't have the willpower to commit suicide in most cases. I'm gonna have to fix that. I didn't take any of my pills today. Better do it now. Oh shoot, I have no water. Oh. Take it later. Barbiturate. The two plump men laughed hoarsely. Hmm. I think they must be related to Mion. Hmm. There was a professional assembly member, Sonozaki, and city councilor Sonozaki. Also the mayor of Hima Mizawa, which is Mion's, I think, father or grandfather, one of the two. So all influences by the Sonozaki family. What crap. It came to me. That night when the department chief invited me along to get some Odin, I thought that's what it was. Professional assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed chief, police chief couldn't handle being yelled at them. They're like Yakuza. While we were silent, they made headway into the food and drink. I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but I'd be rash to drive it home. I can't blow it right now before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looks like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I give the driver the department chief's address. A public servant's severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire. So a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee's severance package. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. Incidentally, the difference th that 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite significant. He's always so happy, yeah. Certainly wasn't laughing matter, but laughing through it anyway. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like he still had something to say, but he was smiling wearily and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared amongst a sea of lights. Okay, so that just goes more into his retirement plans. I think there's only 10 chapters, so I'm pretty much near the end of the game. Not 100% sure, but I vaguely remember somebody saying that once. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence as if whoever they belonged to was asserting whether or not I was inside. Of all things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up with me yet. Even with danger bearing down on me just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please just leave. Why isn't my body awake yet? If they come into my room right now, then... I sprung my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun had already streamed through the gaps in the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have been fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten up at 10 hour with a full 10 hours of rest, but it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up, and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with sheer terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what would happen if it pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a mysterious intent, but I don't think that's all there was. If they really wanted to kill me, there were other more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious methods as having me swallow a needle, meaning they didn't, meaning I didn't want to believe it, but going that far just as a threat for Marina and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method, like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor blade inside would have been a joke compared to this. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really feeling physically ill. I heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone else. Mom's tone meant that I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up skipping on a second for a second day. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, I hate it if you miss school tomorrow, came back and dwelled in the back of my mind. What did she mean by that? I didn't even have to think about it. She was saying don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I shouldn't be go about my life living as nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it'd probably result in them making them move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi-san, for instance, might end up noticing that something's up. Meaning if I didn't watch my mouth or didn't do anything differently in the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something those two would consider undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't want intend to forgive. Whew, I'm getting tired. So if it just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it's gonna be? All that misery I've experienced up to yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I've seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep on living like normal. I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broke some rule of theirs, a chance. Was that what I did? Really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I had forgot everything and kept living on like I'd been, that I'd be forgiven. I crammed my textbook into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. Aren't you going to change? I picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. Seemed that I didn't have much time. I was already past when I usually meet up with Reina. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I need to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened in the past 2 days. Forget it and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I'm normally meeting up with Reina. Today, of all things, the rice was dry and hard to get down. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Reina had arrived. My mom hurried me along. My mom merrily smiled and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Reina, who was waiting for me on the other side of that door. The Reina on the other side wasn't the Reina I knew. I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to get I needed to do things as usual. An invigorating greeting filtered in across the doorway. In the manner in which Rena was concerned, but without a doubt, the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday, pretend as if nothing had happened. Fuck that, she tried to put a needle in your damn food, dude. You need to punch her in the face. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about mysterious deaths that happened in the following years. Forget about the people falling to their deaths and the terminal illness and suicide, the fatal beatings and the disappearances. Forget it all. Forget that Rain and Mion were scary. Of course, forget it all. Forget all of it. Forget about the mochi, too. Forget. Raina once again asked me to make sure. Raina showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in their expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving me a way to relief. As we were walking, Raina talked a lot about different stuff, more so than usual. What then? Every time Raina talked about everything Raina talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid back conversation. We passed one of our neighbors' houses and they called out to us. After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Raina turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Raina stopped and stared at me. With a grin, she gently poked my chest. It was bright and a sincere smile. How could you still doubt Raina after she showed you a smile like that? Maybe I had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that was happened because I was bedridden and delirious. Oh yeah, you think that, buddy. I really hope that's the case. If God would grant me just one wish, then there's only one thing I'd wish for. I'd want everything that happened in the past few days, more specifically for the night of the Onagashi up until last night. I want it all to have never happened. I wonder how many times I've wished for this in the past few days. As long as Reina kept on smiling like this, I think it might become a reality. So I wanted Reina to keep smiling. Keep on smiling. Oh shit. That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Reina's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, you eat them all. Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Reina was asking, "Did you get the message?" She was probably trying to convey that. I was reluctant to give an answer. Reina stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate. Reina was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I need to share. I need to respond in my usual way, naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Miranda playfully mimicked what I just said, and I finally squeaked something out. Her reaction was still normal. It seemed that there was a long pause as I thought. Ooh, I need some water. Whatever. I'll worry about it later. Somehow, I had finally squeaked out the rest. However, my strained effects neither sullied nor brightened Reina's expression. For a, for a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. After a few moments, Reina broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that all she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe that maybe I'd be, it would be just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling girl. Oh shit. I recalled that unexpected piercing voice I could hardly believe come from Raina's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. It was only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Raina. No, that was wrong. It was still Raina. Oishi told me, didn't he? Raina had disorder that normal people don't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass through the school. One thing I knew that it wasn't something spur of the moment. It was a sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all the windows throughout their school. Just imagining going through a whole school breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane, one after another, paying no heed of the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from this sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably in the hallway. Walk, wind up, smash, walk, wind up, smash. It was difficult to me connect the horrifying image with Reina smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. Reina's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Reina came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they just run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of these things. The fact that oh wait. In the face of all the blood-curdling sight of Raina busting windows one after another, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for her to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Raina's new target. What would she done to whoever attracted to her attention? The answer was obvious. she would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims, meaning I would become the next window. Rain is staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and cracking underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Raina struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Raina didn't care if it was my head or my back. She just kept hitting me again and again. Oh, great. He has a real fucked up imagination. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was indifferent. It was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, it I didn't make it pleasant. I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Reina didn't want to come out. Our our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to become the next window. Someone save me, turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in the class scrambled to obtain the highest standardization test scores. They're doing nothing to save a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually, there would be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut, and some sort of red-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Reina momentarily lost herself in anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san had told me. Following that, Reina was suspended and had regular exams at the hospital. Then, as Reina was undergoing counseling, she said over and over again, "Oh, Yashiro-sama." It was only a piece of conversation, so I couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Reina did, was she implying that the ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were work of men and not some curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe that those who acted kindness to me were most deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was it Reina? Was it everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting what was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Reina had admitted that her doctor her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Reina. She did it because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't her fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe that it was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my closest friends were the ones that were under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was a better choice, accepting Oyashiro-sama's curse exists, or that Reina and the rest of them were deeply involved in a string of mysterious deaths? I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to think about it, and I am able to continue as always. I wanted to believe that, but that is no longer possible. I have received their message. It was a pathetic me to try and bend the meeting to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponents were human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in, for no reason at all. Inhaling sharply upon hearing Reina's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I'd realized that we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Reina could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. I slid open the door and a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went in my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't react to Satoko's chat. She braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked in silently. Suddenly, there's a slap down my shoulder. It hurt a bit. It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Reina, but Mion was also a party of interest. I remember Keiichi, the hawkish gaze from yesterday. I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to his seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause her classmates to suspect anything was amiss, but of course, anyone who listened to her conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That's why it was so frightening. They acted in a way, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another ordinary day began. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in. First of all, I shouldn't forget how dangerous a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see how I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me, they were just biding their time. Even though that they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn, I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easy. But were they really trying to kill me? I've had all these contradictory feelings for a while now, and even if they suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all their suspicious behavior like morning or just like this made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's what I want to believe. Doubting my friends, covering for them. My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, these points were something that should never have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Reina and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you idiot? The answer should be obvious. But maybe the sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How the fuck do you have an accident where you put a sewing needle on a damn freaking piece of mochi? How could you sew up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Reina and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, and maybe it was all sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious. It was outright ludicrous, right? Reina had corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Reina was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a whole hour. She was probably waiting for me for my call to end. For a whole hour outside my room, this is normal to go home afterwards without saying anything. You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About Reina did at her former school. But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. So she. Oh shit, he's saying this shit out loud now? I inadvertently blurted those words out. Hearing myself say directly let me dumbfounded for a few minutes. Afterwards, I had to look around to see if anyone else heard it. My little psychology cut too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Reina and the others, a part of me somehow was trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends who had been happily laughing together with just up until Sunday now intended to kill me, right? This time I remember keeping my voice down only so I can hear. There's one thing I understood now. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous they are. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft not listening to Oishi-sama, or Sama-san, when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so no one had a notion to try to kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for the club activities. Not long ago, I'd probably have happily jumped in that circle. The way Sadako spoke was so typical of her. It almost physically hurt. Seeing Raina's expression, which said she was looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk who's trying to separate me from others by lying to me. Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Yeah, it was Reina trying to kill me. I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Gah, another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Apparently, this is how my inner dilemma appeared to Reina. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to be participating in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Even without a real retort, I grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched gently on my head. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt nice, which made things even harder. They had said something to me though as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind, took off my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Hardened with that heart. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something devious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while other parts lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two along with my body. This is what Osama's curse was like. Then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyasha-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse. I believe in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Dinner was unusually bland. I had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that usually tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. Usually he got into his work, he ate and slept his own schedule. My dad never cared about time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant that he had just reached a good point to take a break or he was in a slump. I wasn't able to pick out much from my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't very pleasant talking. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. I stared listlessly at the exchange between my parents. My mind wandered off to the same thought process I've had along all day. Friends close to me, though they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I didn't have. Having just one ally would be incredibly reassuring in the current hopeless situation I was in. Putting down my chopsticks and looking over my parents who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person in the village who I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. If I told them everything that happened until now, would they understand? Rana, for example, the neighborhood Rana who was diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day and somehow brought over a share of what she had made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for everyone to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad would never understand. My hunk-strong mom would probably drag me off to some psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, this is the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand what would they do? Unless they could uncover the truth, wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past instances were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about that. For their entire Mibera family to have an accident or two, or to just vanish into thin air, it was completely possible here in the village. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary would put you in danger. The most unsettling question is, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That's the way I think, I guess. At least it's like that in my case. After I found out, things became odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew that there I knew that these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of a conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe, that it was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk on my parents getting involved. The only person that could be my ally would be Oishi-sama. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care much about my safety, but he at least was without doubt passionate about solving his case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now, to get out of it, I had to rely on him, meaning it was going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbling in the waves as bait. When the fish began gathering around, Oishi would pull up a big haul. It was bit, it was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. Then what should I do? Patience is the first rule of fishing. I would just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough to tag out to Oishi. No question, I was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san would be difficult. He was in the city, not in Himozawa. So if I phoned him the moment of need, it would take him 30 minutes to reach me. So I need to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrives. Oh shit, so he's gonna, like, try to trap them? I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I concealed the weapon for when things got rough. Typically, what you would call that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, it wasn't also good. When time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. Or where there's a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was swinging my bat, then it would be suspicious for me to carry it around. I would go to school early tomorrow and secure it. And possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing, insurance. Could be something like a note or a memo. I could write down everything that's happened as sort of a journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in possession, Oishi would be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead, so I would have to write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I can Ikeichi, my bar and fear for my life. It made my it made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamt that I would be in the situation where I'd have to write it myself. I did not know why they're after my life. Many of the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. That's why I couldn't write anymore. I laughed wearily at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. What would the priest be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic message, or passage rather? I could only pray that they would. What I pray for the most, though, is that this journal never needs to be played its part. Here I laughed nervously. It was too simple. I wrote down one more line I thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write any more than that. If I wrote any more, it would seem like I was being delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written it was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at this point. I just needed to add more as I learned the truth. I folded the paper and thought of a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there would be a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was too obscure of a location, then there was a risk no one would find it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back in its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. So now I need to set it. Okay, set it up so that if anything happens to me, that my parents would find it. I looked at it from countless angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like they were going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. I've never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I started my request. Both my parents' eyes went wide as saucers. If I ever die, I want you to put the clock in my room in my coffin. If they did that, they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. That's fucking weird to say to your parents. Then it's not weird because I've done that with my dad. I told him if I ever died, there's a fucking letter in my drawer in my room. But that's a whole different bag of beans. Mom was able to find me to ask me without questioning gaze. Of course, that was a normal response for me when something someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back to my room. Saying only that, I left the living room. Need to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bet. I should make today the last day I went to school with Reina. As I climbed up the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, then it would only make things more dangerous. The way they fought, the fight that began was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not with. I still knew nothing. Okay, I think this is the last chapter. Was it on Steam? So it was mentioning there was like 10 or 11 chapters, I think. Not feeling so hot. You might not notice, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama. What? Whenever she says, the fuck? An empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted. Well, that's just fucking weird. Yeah. Continue. The first time I ever woke up with such clarity. It's 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at my precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I unilaterally declared that I would be leaving this house early, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered on jam on some bread and topped it with some instant cocoa. Ew, dude, what the hell kind of freaking food is that? Just as I was finishing up my breakfast, my mom rose groggily from her slumber. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. If I waited to make her for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chance of me running into Reina and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onward, I was going to go to school alone. Damn, that's how much you trust him? Bring me back a receipt? Oh, wow. 1,000 yen bill. Okay, thanks. Move on. I have no reason to tell her every little secret detail now, do I? Finding it difficult to answer the onslaught of questions, I made an annoying face. It's not my fault that I didn't trust my parents. I couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I only hope that they don't get involved. It was safer this way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road of the school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path as same time each day. So I always met the same people in the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I normally and nobody was at the places where I would normally meet them. Of course, Rena was in the spot where we usually meet, and there wasn't any spot where I'd met up with Mion. The length of the tree shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, a completely different type of morning than I'm used to. Without doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion the village had set up for me before it had been enough time to prepare all the props I needed to deceive me. The person who called out to me was one of the that's always passed by as they were walking along the edge of the field. Her name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually met each other. I threw out a random excuse. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Reina was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we still could be. Stop it. Don't even think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep beep. A car horn blared out from nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought that horn was too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulky chassis was almost upon me. I've seen plenty of cars veer the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was someone on the opposite on the and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much more was important. The large mass was hurtling towards me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with painfully liquid cold. That moment, the scene before me, no time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment could unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bent my bend my upper body towards the patio by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off into the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Splash. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy patio on the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I made with this incident was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by a car, the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the patio, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if I was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. I couldn't help but continue yelling profanities. The disgrace of being covered in mud hurt more than a physical wound. I slogged through the muddy patty and made my way back to the road. Shit, I'll track you down and sue you. If you go, if I go looking for a van, I'm sure I'll find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it became so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear a full speed could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass pedestrians. Not only was it on a narrow road, but the car could just now be closer to the side of the road than any other as it would pass me. Even though as I cursed, I desperately tried suppressing the dark cloud rolling up inside me. It wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I didn't feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. I did feel like there was a car creeping up slowly for a while. That's right, as soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had a feeling the whole time. As if it wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned over sooner, but I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And now then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. The van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat swept from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid panicking or falling into a panic. There's still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also don't be so naive. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy really wanted to kill me the next time, they would use more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like this now, getting covered in mud was the price I paid for my own naivety. Covered in mud but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this is what you call a silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I would not even show a hint of carelessness. I suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, this is because I suspected that I had believed that there were no other enemies. Oishi said he so, didn't he? That there was possibly a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry out as usual? Wouldn't it be safer just to hold myself up in my house? The moment I abandoned my regular routine, everything around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just so horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales of Oishi told me when Himazawa was still called Onigafuchi. I can't talk right now, I'm getting tired. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them, and eating them alive. One must not interfere with demons. One must not pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong sudden flash of sunshine made me dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I had suspected there was the work of a man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Then I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. Someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Was just a bystander? No, what I truly wanted was to know, how did they end up with the provincial bullseye painted on my back? Or how did I end up with that? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that would happen, because until then I can't die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and keep myself alive. I remember seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently, but all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easy. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, there should be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early, no one else was here yet. I wondered what else I could find in the classroom. I didn't think anything I could find especially effective weapon like a bat. But it could help at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered there was no way I'd be attacked at the school, but such soft ideas were no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought, but I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I'll survive. So as long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there's supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. See me covered in dirt would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I need a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, this will have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beat up, but it, there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker reeked of mold, but there also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, they'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling away noisily from the. Among them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. With that being said, I began to take off my clothes. Satoko began to blush as if I expected her to. She has one eye open. As Satoko feigned in disgust, she went into the hall still blushing. Controversy, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. I'm not, I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There's no name on the locker. I don't know whose bat it was, but I wouldn't mind borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until Jim's storage was open. After figuring, after quickly changing into a tracksuit, I checked on the time. I still had plenty of time before and class began because I came early. Took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swings. I need to make it known that I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. Some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just started swinging. I should at least start off with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone was doing something like this out of the ordinary. That it was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon if it needed to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use such a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. It was Reina and Mion. To disrupt Reina from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Seems they've already taken me as a baseball net, but oh well. Well, if they really think I'd make it to the baseball championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be a pitcher or a catcher. I pitched the call, then passed the ball. And, oh, what the heck? Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. If they ever smile at me like that, don't allow anyone to get close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that. They made me smile like that. I already knew quite well that they were demons dwelling in my smiling friends, but I couldn't believe in it. What kind of split person? Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor that they were simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist and was possessing everyone trying to kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was just Oyashiro-sama's fault. I yelled out, drawing all the strength from the pit of my stomach and raising the bat violently into the air. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over again. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Forget. Don't be soft. Know your enemy. Like hell. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say that I felt especially comfortable, but I felt kind of relief that the sanctity of school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with this as the living hell slowly gnawed away at me. The sound of Reina's voice brought me back to my senses. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy fun club that time. But I have no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to say, I'll be going home now. Mion sounded quite disappointed. The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disappointing glare. I felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked more like she was about to say something, perhaps dissuaded by the mood. She swallowed her words and stayed silent. No one said a thing. I took that to meant that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gazes of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount insect in a display, held me in place. Reina was the one who cut through the heavy mood. She said in such a tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be soft part of me that still feel pain. I tore at my chest violently, tearing out the pins that held me in place. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off here, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. I realized that I wiped. Wait, what? Realizing that, I wiped the sweat down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I've become ex- especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears perked up, and I sought out threatening sounds and presence that could be close again. That's when I. That's why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I have no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until they were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't such a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wood path, crowded with trees, responded with silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me, and I just stopped. The footsteps stopped as well. I mean, the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for their presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in this chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed, or had it been like this the whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed that I would be the first one to panic. Without doubt, he was lurking in the shade of the tree with bated breath. Then I'd have to make my first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees, but the presence in the tree didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even then they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a wild animal. When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't gonna speak a word. Shit, it's fucking aggressive. I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her. Rena was in panic with tears well up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. Thinking about how she'd been acting until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Rena was concerned at a quick glance. That's how it would seem. But I wasn't gonna let my guard down that easy. Even if it was really the case, she wouldn't have done something like try to tail me. She would have called out to me when I was leaving and gone right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after realizing I noticed that she was there, she held her breath as she tried to hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her. Well, I doubt she was tailing me. Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I had walked for a bit, she'd ignored my command and been walking again, so I yelled at her once more. Oh, damn. Dude, this is getting weird. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words of a voice that I knew would cut my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rand had understood what I was feeling inside. Randa looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Randa guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but I still guarded openly. There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she could stop completely having barely moved at all. Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got in my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Reina didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. Her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without realizing, the air around me suddenly felt like calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Reina and I were locked in this place. She didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared back at her. Reina was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I just witnessed her shift from Reina into that other person who looks like Reina. But the voice was the one I knew well, which filled me with some kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Why isn't it showing her avatar? That's kind of bothersome. Too shy to even turn around, Reina squeezes her voice out desperately. I think it's because she's not showing her face. As she trembled. The question Reina asked was not by no means unexpected. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I tried to sound a bit more threatening to the end of the conversation. Until my suspicions of Reina were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. Still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she kept to herself moving. Well, kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, she asked her final question. Why is your bat the same? What did she mean, why was the bat the same? I had no idea what she's talking about. Even still, Randa didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a moment. By Satoshi, she mean the student who transferred here last year? No, that couldn't be. Reina had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat by my seat until last year. No, sat in my seat until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I don't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watakanashi by a drug addict, and not long after that he suddenly vanished and now was missing. That Satoshi and I were what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi? Hojo? It was a bit difficult to see, but that was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see, so this was Satoshi's bat. The way Rana said that made it seem like the bat was something that should never be touched, like as some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Reina continued to speak without waiting for a reply. Why is it that you're doing the same exact thing that Satoshi did when it happened to him? Reina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. Also started walking around the bat one day. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say it out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Reina is still trying to tell something important. Oh shit. Then one day, suddenly, what? Reina had swallowed her words. The sudden silence brought back a hush back to the surrounding area. Then it was then that I was finally able to digest the contents of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything that He'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I had done. But they had been the same exact as Satoshi's. Then Satoshi, no. More importantly, if both he and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Reina knew. She knew what became with him. No, forget what happened to a guy in the past. Reina knew what's gonna happen to me. With that, I grabbed her shoulder violently and forced her to turn around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. It was that person I didn't know. At least I definitely wasn't Reina I've been talking to up till now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of trembling emotion or trembling or the emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning around so carelessly was unsurpassed. The gaze that pierced like a cold needle, face on her, the smile on her face that invoked the image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. What's rime? Both Randon's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away, as if to remind me of the fear that time before, Raina brought back her face close to mine, so close I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like curves of a crescent moon. She grinned. After a short pause, Ranik repeated the same words again. Transferred. Meaning what? What Raina meant must have been. Wait. What Raina meant must have been some new definition transfer that was I probably not previously something I was aware of. My throat and lips dried up, but I couldn't even acknowledge what I've just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Raina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spirally took a step back or three paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell on my knees pathetically. Raina and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. But right now it was useless to me. It was like a fly caught. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I can feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun? Reina finally released me from the cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important, and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. What did she not want me to do? Transfer. What does she mean by that? Like die or something? Disappear? Mion already insinuated that he wasn't transferred. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned into nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi had really been in the same situation as I was now. The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly and had for no reason, at least none that I've noticed, planned to kill him. Then fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day suddenly he transfers. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outward, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What'd she mean by transfer? What'd she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at whatever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my keychain. I stepped into the hallway just as I was about to take off my shoes. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, how do you know that they're there even if they're behind you? Because you could hear the sound of flowing hair? There's no other reason I could hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking? There's no way you can hear that. The most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination that there was nobody around me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. At that same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? It was an uncomfortable sensation crawling up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was no somebody there? If there was nobody there, then when you turn around, you'd be able to accept that. I'd be able to call upon those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Alright, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down. It's in your head. That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of someone inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs through my throat, ceasing all processes in my head, suppressing all thoughts and emotion. I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look as if as I did so. It was definitely there, right there. Someone was there. Until a moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. They couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but they were actually standing right there. As I screamed all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required for me to exert myself from from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as I as if drawn there by magnet. In mid-level sweep would be the hardest dodge to attack. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall with the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into the sweep to the left. Oh shit, he's doing the same exact thing that Tomatake did. Or whatever his name is. The door to the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whipped about empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I traced the bat from the cupboard so that it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in an arc. Yeah, he's snapping. There's something going on with him. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strikes with certain fatal force behind it shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, entire body soaked in sweat, and the invisible enemy there, but not there, dispersed. I think he's going through whatever what's his name did. Not just Satoshi, but the other guy. What was his name? Tomitake or something like that. They said he went crazy, started scratching himself, and started swinging at nothing and hitting guardrails and stuff. When I was certain the enemy had been treated, I locked the door to the front room and latched the chain. No way had it only feigned retreat, and I was now inside my house. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I had been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out, a hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together, and it began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second story and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my head or my mind of all idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. I really don't think that was the case. Calm down and compose yourself. But no matter how much I thought about it, it just happened. It just happened. What just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't the sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I just had one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Whether I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If this was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting that Reina and the rest were doing it, but that would be solvable. Oishi and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were, with the rising population that the perpetuators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I could imagine his reaction, but it would go on without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and him. Without me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this is a curse, there'd be no merit into doing that. I'd better I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It'd be better if I didn't add what happened here with the momentum behind the clock. Still, there better. Oh, wait. There was ever so the slight possibility that I was actually confused when I was composed, and that I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful that would be if that was really what happened. I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Reina and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Reina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, that would mean that believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. But by denying both of these, I would be admitting that myself I was losing it. This is starting to get really weird. The three options on which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of some sorts, not dilemma, but a trilemma. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself out and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down, calm down. Accept that this actually is happening as a reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out that I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist and I would be the bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. I wouldn't have to be crazy. That would be the first time in my life I wished for wouldn't that would be the first time in my life I'd ever wish for such a thing. Hmm. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go and buy some things. So I took the initiative. The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of instant noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since most individual packs are expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork and bone ginger flavor ones I like. My parents don't like strong flavors, and I didn't touch any of them. And didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. Oh shit. So they left for Tokyo. This was really abrupt. This was quite a distance for Tokyo from Himanizawa. Gunning at full speed highway would take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highways, it's likely they took the train. It would have taken longer. Now that she mentioned it, I do remember them talking about the time how his job process worked so good. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality is his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. He could also say that he couldn't take criticism. As as their son, there was nothing more that I could say once they started talking about work. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by me telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I wouldn't allow it. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things like this by phone. The times they did go there normally planned out in advance, but it never happens this suddenly. I couldn't say that the circumstances didn't feel strange or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only need to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone or missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro Osama's curse, it wouldn't seem all that strange at all. Come to think of it was getting pretty late. I didn't think that it was a good idea to leave the lights on the whole house from my room on the was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone in this war. This was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned on the TV to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. From this, from the outside, it looked like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. Then I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there. I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all trace of my mother wasn't here. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. They haven't. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinawa Station. The garage was empty, wide open and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the door to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. Oh, I need to get the paper. God, he's panicking like crazy. The paper's still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled everything out from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, I'm sure it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard pested like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell and the bat while holding smashed into it. Even though I was just leaving it there in a current state wasn't good. So she cleaned up before mom and dad get back to scold me. I remember that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. I was gonna get them and the phone rang once again. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or tell her to call them when she comes back. The scenario I feared didn't play out, inciting a sigh of relief. The call was unfortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with the telephone calls coming from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I need to make a good story to explain that my parents weren't home but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. That they were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to die. I didn't want to pick it up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect that my parents weren't here if they didn't. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize what it was. But since the phone rang, I picked it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. I stopped announcing that it was my bearer's resident. I have no reason to be kind to the person or someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. I grabbed the portable handset and went up to my room. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else at home, but I wanted to be in the same spot that I just felt way safer when talking to on the phone with Oishi-san. Since then, when is then exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked about rubbed me the wrong way. Last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met him on the way back from the hospital, and we headed town for for lunch and had a talk. After that, Reina and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke to Oishi-san, they always knew about that. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may be found out by them as well. Words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened, all of it baffling. What should I talk about? I don't understand any of it, but I should try asking. I don't know. I didn't know ask. If I didn't ask now, I'd never have another chance. This is the night when my parents went home, and I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. That's right, that's it. I dropped the receiver and ran downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle all the oh shit. Yeah, but the mom cleaned it up. I tried moving around the sofa and the desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping around. Couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was 2 days ago, so I don't know if they collect the burnable trash, but it would still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. Even glass, I could tell that's to find the needle in a pile of trash. I was looking for a needle on a trash stack. I know I'll try running my hand through it. Bit gross, but I felt a small prick. I'll be able to find it. It's a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash in my hand. Oh, hell no, dude. Ugh. Filth flew about, but there was nothing more than disgusting than this. But it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep him waiting too long. Later, when Mom got back, I had to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad and fisted the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with red pen, then dashed back up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi waiting for far too long. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. That a van definitely aimed at me. Damn it. At the time, it just flipped out yelling at me. I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the license plate number? I was so focused on trying to protect myself, I let some of the most important details out of my grasp. I punched my pillow and annoyed how worthless I was. He started to hem and haw on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms. What Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi. Now I could say it with confidence. That Rena knew about what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing. He let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. Maybe this guy is just like fucking like causing extreme paranoia in this kid. I don't know. At the point I started to think, would it be impertinent to sum up everything that has happened up to now as mechanications of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory that of being Reina and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell Oishi that. Except Reina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenario. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse or being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Reina was involved. Reina had to know something. Reina was suspicious. What exactly was Reina? I couldn't help but think that she somehow involved with prior strings of mysterious deaths. It seemed to recall that Oishi said he had admitted in the end, dug in Reina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Reina. I wanted to know what happened to her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Reina was somebody I could suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count them, I lost the security I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house had some sort of fortress or wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they get in easy. There were no other residences close to this residence. No one else to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I've never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had used this house to build such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if it would still be here by morning, so I had to ask. Right now, ooh, the doorbell was ringing because I had no idea what the chance would come. Even though he was far away from the other side of the line, he was the most reliable person I've felt. The heck? Somebody was ringing the doorbell. I wanted to ask about Reina, about what happened at her previous school. I just noticed the sound that's been going on for a while. The time was 7 p.m. It was past the time a postman would make a delivery and past any sensible time for a neighbor to come visiting. I considered just acting like no one was home, but that wouldn't be good. It would ruin all the work I've been putting to making look like my parents were home. Need to answer the door. That would be a problem. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down. I needed to make a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch that it was the lady who called right before Oishi did. In any case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with Mom. I'll say that my mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake up my mom if she's not really feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape my imagination. It was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. But it's Raina probably. Or freaking whatever her name is. Yep. There shouldn't be any reason for Raina to come over at this hour. The timing has also made me uneasy. Because it was just as I was about to ask Oshi about Raina. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back at me. Seems that Mion isn't with her. That didn't change the situation at all. It's true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but Rena looked at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least. Her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. Long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Reina long enough for the remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Reina. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't here, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, just woke up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I was used all that time talking. I was gonna have a cup of noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. Rihanna held out a stacked box of boxes wrapped in cloth. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radishes, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes, dense and fibrous fruit and vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, slipping on miso soup in between bites. How wonderful will be born Japanese. Pickled vegetables, that's actually what she's talking about. Tsukimono. Sansai pickle. I never heard of Sansai Tsukimono. Before I had moved here to Himamisawa, I scoffed at the vegetables they call sansai, but I was captivated by their charm at the first time I tried them. Such a deep, light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables tasted rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, they were more vegetables for the uninitiated. To become such an expert as yourself, you first have to partake in sansai. It's common knowledge around here that the Ryuga family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious, no matter what kind of pickles they were. They go well with fluffy white rice. But wait, there's more. So delicious. It seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with a cup of noodles. She appeared to be in good spirits and she was offering such a deliciously sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from her gut and hunger reared its ferocious head. See what happens when you think with your stomach? Don't listen. There's something. At the same time, my wariness of Raina suddenly dwindled. She did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Through the possibility that it was laced with poison still hasn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had just occurred since then, but the voice inside me was sounding an alarm. This happy Raina speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. That premise was tonight dinner had made been made in my house, meaning that it was under assumption that my mom, who had been making it, wasn't there. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would have been about the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner at this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange, unless she knew. Reina, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There's a chance that Reina was unsure if my parents were at home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Reina didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I can. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, she wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up on me again. As I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rana was saying. Rana was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. Oh, she's thinking that he cooked himself. Rana assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. Not so much as I had made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. So she knows that they're not home. Rana fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt the light had disappeared from her eyes. The conversation might have appeared natural at first, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Rena had taken that assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that I could tell the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. At that moment, an uncontrollable chill crept up in the gap in the doorway. I couldn't help but keeping this charade. I couldn't keep the charade up any longer. Rena, she knew, full aware that my parents weren't home, but I've come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and they were having dinner soon. That was the situation I've concocted. So I answered. I told her that she was here. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid stare. Why? I tried acting casual, but the facade was torn off the instant I looked into her eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Rena's outburst sent a jolt searching through my body. Rana and I were still separated by few inches uh, that slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, in which I considered safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. I know now that Raina had already known my parents would not be here tonight. but it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she'd known that my parents weren't home, there's no way she would be able to guess what I'm eating tonight. But Reina said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was that was what I was gonna eat? Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do his house was probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Knew this statistically. That was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. Calm down, Kiichi. This is just coincidence. Rena was just reading a certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she actually read my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist. What? What did she just say? I Rena indicated that the point of my answer was wrong. Her rebuttal was short, and I momentarily didn't understand the words she had spoken. I couldn't understand the translation. It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Oh, tonkotsu flavor. I wonder how I prepared in the moments my mind went completely blank. Until the moment I was able to recover. As for my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Reina even know this? Not even caring as I smashed my head against the wall. I fixated my gaze on her. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain at the door suddenly was no longer protecting me. A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering up with my angry facade. Shit. So she's a stalker bitch. Great. I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me this time. Like that night, the night I was absorbed on my phone, my conversation with Oishi. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, standing behind me there, just like that. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing events. With the fear of being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was clearing away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like it was like standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed, so I didn't have to look down. I didn't really solve anything but the basic problems. I slowly took a step backward, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced. Nothing, nothing good comes of dining with stalkers, dude. So, like, I wouldn't. No, don't. Oh, shit. Her pale, slender fingers squirmed around the crack of the door at a time as they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the door from the side of, from the if she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But she didn't do that. She simply implored me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, just exploded. I tackled the door. Forced through the door, I knocked Rana momentarily off balance. Couldn't hesitate there. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled it with all my might. But that slamming sound I desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. At the source of that was Raina's fingers. Oh, God! She's trying to freaking hold the door open. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp as she tried to keep back. I kept pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that. Oh, God. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my grip on the door, at least momentarily, Raina wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. I didn't care one bit for her apology. Shit. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of that she had done up to until now. It didn't change anything. Couldn't leave if she wanted to because I've trapped her fingers. Miranda's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Jesus. Miranda's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she's intent on keep repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I pulled the door even harder. Oh shit. Finally, her fingers were somehow able to slip out for their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly. I could hear the thud of Raina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. I made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Raina. She still wants to come in. Fucking crazy lady. Raina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming what I sufficiently sealed offer, I sealed her off. I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could hear Rena echoing her apologies. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words that would be forever be seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about it at all, but that wasn't any sort of malice. I just felt sort of hazy sense of relief I was able to escape from her. Before Mian had threatened me at the doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. Oh shit, my lights like just turned off. I'll turn on the other. Oh shit, it's like 5 in the morning. And now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to discard the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hina Misawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. One step, two steps, even with each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I had finally no longer able to hear Rena's repeating endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by a hard lip I felt. There was something in my bed. It was the freaking phone, dude. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time has passed since I left downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had a talk with Rena not so long ago. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was still ticking forward 1 second every second usual. As I put on the still warm receiver to my ear, time which felt frozen began moving again. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far Oishi-san was. I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to him, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Reina. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi more about her, but Reina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Reina was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi about her. Up until now, I'd regretted whatever I'd forced myself to ask things about. I was better off not knowing. But looking that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I do right now. No, I'd rather wanted to know if there's anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It was out of the realm possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. I understood that he was talking in circles. A bit means I dug so deep it was hard to discuss since you're her friend. I want to know everything. I spoke as calmly as possible to him, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it. The manner in which he spoke became very firm. He said some sort of proof. That was him talking as a detective. I could tell him over the phone how disappointed he was. Pulling this fishing line when he bit, only to reel in the bait, disappointed, but ready to cast the line once again. That's how it seemed. What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As he loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. That was not the least bit reassuring. He was just using me to continue his investigation. I was gonna get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence, and that's all I was to him. He went silent on the other end of the line. That might have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to do was relay to Oishi that I was currently in a very dangerous position. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself, and the bat Satoshi left me behind to protect myself. Now I at least know about what happened before Rena transferred schools. Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other side of the line. I didn't care about him having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Finally opened up with those tight lips of his. It seemed that Reina lived in Himamizawa not a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows have happened. When Reina confided to the doctor, it was Oyashiro-sama. That's everything I knew. I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Himazawa. Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. His laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that you'd want to join in on. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events leading him to delve into Reina's past. Just then there was thunder in the distance and heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour of fierce beat the ground, and I left my window in my room open a crack just to let the heat out. The violent wind danced in my room, making the curtains flap. I got up while still on the phone and gasped the window. There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the in the shower, which was more resembling a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Standing there, both arms dangling at her side, in one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It's as if she had something hard to chew on in her mouth with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be at this time? I was more enthralled with Reina instead of shocking developments being brought to be light by Oishi. If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have never gone to the window. Then I would never have noticed Reina, nor would I have noticed that. Her mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? What was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window fixated on her? Fuck, she's crazy. Even in this torrential downpour, Reina was still apologizing. The other half of me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Reina's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't kill me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 Something's happening. Hmm. Split personality. So I'm gonna leave it there for tonight. I probably have an hour left or something. I'm not gonna. I need to get some sleep. I'm actually supposed to go to a grocery store in like 2 hours. So I'll probably be back probably tonight to finish it off. I know there's like 7 other chapters, but uh I'll play them another time. But I'm just gonna do the chapter 1 and finish this part off, and I'll probably play the others later. So I'll see you guys next time. You guys take care and peace out for now.